right, all right. How about it for the band? All right, Mr. Jackson. Beautiful, beautiful.
And I'm going live again, just for you guys. Thank you, everybody who came out to my live show on Friday. I'm here in the U.S. in New Jersey. Let me move this a little closer. So we're going to be talking about chord melody. So I'm just setting up my cameras right now, and thank everybody for being such great fans and following me and getting up to 20,000 subscribers. So I'm going to be taking questions, but I'm going to play some chord melody, and we're going to talk about that today a lot. I'm going to be using my 6 and 7 string guitar. Long live Rod Jackson. Thank you, Edmund TV. And we're going to be talking stuff about my book that I sell here too, called Chords at Your Fingertips on acoustic guitar. And, learn how to do chord melody and all that stuff with guide tones and all kinds of different things. Let me just make sure I'm watching on my other, so I can see your questions in another YouTube channel, okay? So let me see. Let me go to my YouTube channel. Thank you for the 21,400 subscribers. You're the man. Love listening to you. Thank you. You're giving me a perspective and helped me improve so much. I'm glad. I'm glad to hear that. I'm live right now. Let me see something. I'm gonna just make sure I watch my own live so I can answer your questions. Here it is. So make sure the volume's down. Okay, good. Hey, Vikpal from India, great. Great to see you guys. Let me take out my guitar. I'm going to play first on my 7 string some chord melody for you. Okay, and then we'll talk about learning how to do chord melody. Let me see if I can move this camera up a little bit so you can see me. Let me take this guitar out right here, my 7 string. Ooh, there's something off this cable. I gotta fix this. So, yay! Hey, Montreal, how's it going? So let me fix this guitar real quick. We're gonna talk about chord melody. So if you have any questions, please let me know, and I'll answer them as best I can. So let me start by playing a song. How's the volume? Sounds okay? Everything okay over there? Let me know. I could turn it up a little bit. Let me see. I don't want to play too loud. Because I play too loud sometimes. Good. So we'll be talking about chord melody today, and let me play you something right now that one of my arrangements that I have, that I actually have here on YouTube, and it's going to be called Time After Time. And no, actually, let me do that one first. Ready? Okay, everybody. Oh, so we're talking about chord melody, and I'm going to take some questions today. So I just played a song called "Time After Time." I forget who wrote that song, but it's a classic jazz song that I always play. It's one of my arrangements that I really know well, that I kind of created for 7-string and 6-string guitar. So this is a 7-string guitar for you guys who don't know about 7-string guitars. I have a low A here. So I haven't touched the guitar in a couple of days. Well, I know I'd say I touched the guitar yesterday, but I was just doing a lot of writing for my Patreon account, everybody. So let me answer some of these questions for you. So that song was Time After Time. So it was my chord melody arrangement. So I was trying to do some different techniques for you guys. Walking bass lines, inner lines in the chords, seconds, fourths. whatever ideas that came up into my mind when I was doing improvising. So thank you, Henry and VPIL. So let me just answer a few questions here, if there's any. So Glenn from Canada. Oh yeah, great to see you. And Alex, sounds great. Thank you. Edmund TV, thank you again. And good to see you live playing. Good. How do you do that? Lionel asked me how you do that. With a lot of practice. So when I'm doing chord melody, you got to learn how to know what your melody note is against the chord. You have to know all your chord voicings. Okay, so that's very, very important when you're playing chord melody. So when I'm actually playing like a chord melody arrangement, it's actually I arranged it. That means I didn't make it up on the spot. I actually just worked it out. I learned first. You have to learn when you want to do chord melody arrangements. You have to really learn the melody correctly. You should be able to play the melody and the chords separately. So when I'm doing a melody like this, so there's so many ways to play the melody on the guitar. When I play that melody like that, I could play so many ways on the guitar. Look at this. That's the hard part about the guitar. So you have to be able to play the melody on the top of the chord, particularly. Now you can actually play the melody on the bottom of the chord, in the middle of the chord. When I talk about that, I actually have this book. We'll be talking about my book, Two Chords at Your Fingertips, that's on Acoustic Guitar Magazine. That I actually, I wrote 3 lessons, and one of my lessons is called How to Harmonize Like Chet Atkins. If you look closely, and in this book, I take a song like London Bridge is Falling Down, like this. It goes like this. Now, in this book, I actually took that melody. I played it with chords on the bottom. Now, you could do that melody like that, just like with a melody on top with chords on bottom. Now, it's very important. Most of the time you play the melody on top, you have to really know the melody. And then the next part I do in the book is I actually take the chords and I went like this. I went. Like that. I'm reading this. So this is actually, this is actually written here in my book, Chords at Your Fingertips, learning how to harmonize, do chord melody, what we're talking about today. I'm taking a really simple melody like London Bridge is Falling Down, and I play the chord under every note. And that's how you actually learn how to do chord melody too, not just play like a thing like this. Just one note below it. You should be able to harmonize a melody with a chord under each note, actually. That's very important to learn. Let me see. Oh, thank you. Let me just look at some of the questions here. So I'm just going through this. I'll take questions while I'm trying to talk to you about doing chord melody. So thanks, Roscoe, for saying I'm amazing. And thank you, Vipul, from India. How much of what you're playing is arranged and how much is at the top of your head? So when I'm doing a chord melody, everybody, most of the time it's pretty arranged. So what I do is I actually work it out where I actually, it's really arranged actually most of the time. So what I'm trying to do is actually, in the beginning you have to do arrangements, okay? So it's very important to have them really worked out. I mean, Joe Pass, all the great solo guitar players, they had their stuff arranged. I went to see a Joe Pass workshop actually. And he was amazing. And he had everything worked out. Obviously, you have to have it worked out. And then after a while, it just becomes natural, and you don't have to think about what you're actually playing. So when I'm playing like a song like that arrangement I just played a minute ago, time after time, I actually played that so many times that I know it pretty good. And I have a bunch of solo guitar arrangements like that. So you have to really, the best way actually to learn these things is learn from the masters. If you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have tons of, I have about 5 or 6 arrangements for guitar, because you have to start learning arrangements from other people. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, and you'll be able to get copies of my arrangements there for like $5-6, okay? And it's on my description here. You have to learn these chord melody arrangements by heart. Now let me see something here. I'm just gonna turn my other phone down so no one starts to disturb us, and put it on silent. So let me see. Let me look at some of these questions. I really wanted to know what your favorite guitar is, and the one that you have, and one that you don't have. By the way, you're awesome. Thanks. I don't know. I don't have a favorite guitar. I mean, I'm trying to get a Benedetto guitar, a 7-string. So I mean, another guitar I'm using right now. So I'm using my 6-string. I mean, my 7-string. Let me show you the one I got from. Oops, something's wrong with my cable. So let me put this over here. I'm using also this D'Angelico XL that I got. I'm a D'Angelico artist now too. So this is a pretty great guitar, especially for the price range. You could go to my Amazon store and pick this up if you want to. I have an Amazon store, and you just go straight here to ronjacksonmusic.com. Amazon.com/shop/ronjacksonmusic, and I sell all kinds of stuff there, my books and all kinds of stuff. Okay, and it's my Amazon store, and I sell the D'Angelico guitars there on that site too. So this is a pretty good guitar too. You turn it up a little bit. So I play 6-string too, because most of the time, most of the guitar players I teach don't play 6-string. So it's important to know how to play 6-string. So we're talking about chord melody today. So it's really important to learn the melody and the chords separately, then you put them together. Now melody is the hardest part of playing anything, I think, because the melody, everybody knows the melody. So if you mess up that melody, you can be the best musician in the world, and some guy, some average whoever, Joe or Smo, will say, man, you play great, man, but you messed up that melody. And he won't know anything about music. So the melody is the most important thing. So when you're playing these chord melodies, you got to hear the melody. And whenever you play a melody, even by itself, you got to play it perfect, because everybody knows the melody, So let me see. The Highliner book, will it help? And how so? Oh, yeah, Dario. Yeah, the book will help. I mean, I've sold like 40, 50 copies already of this book to all my students and fans, and they love this book. It also teaches you all kinds of different cool things. So just go to my website and order it from me directly there at ronjacksonmusic.com. It's on my description here. And this book only has 12 different lessons. One of the lessons is I teach you how to play walking bass lines. So like, for example, let's talk about walking bass. So you see me playing walking bass all the time. So Dario, so if I'm not playing a walking bass line, you have to know how to play 2-note voicings on a chord, especially on 7th chords. Chords that have 1, 3, 5, and 7. Okay, or a flat 7. It's a dominant chord. Okay, so a chord that's voiced like this. So the 3rd and 7th is the 2 notes we use a lot on a chord in jazz to get a sound where you don't have to, you eliminate the rest of the notes, and that's the most important sound of the chord. Okay, so if I'm playing up a scale, I'm only playing 3 notes, like that. So you can do that across the neck. I can do it that way too. I can go this way too. Watch. So I did the same voicing up and down the neck. So I'm using a root, just third and seventh. And that's really important if you want to do walking bass lines on the guitar and a lot of chord melody stuff. So if I'm walking a bass line like this, and a blues. Yeah, I'll answer that question. I'll answer that question in a minute. So when I'm actually doing a walking bass line like that in a blues, which is just like 1 in G to C7, G7, C7. That's an easy progression. Okay. Then C7, you know, just a regular blues. Everybody knows the blues, I hope. And so if I'm walking a bass line, I'm just using 2 notes. Okay, I'm using actually a 2-note chord and a bass line on the bottom. So that's called the third and seventh. Oh, they call it a guide tone, just so you know. I didn't tell you that yet. So guide tones are really important to be able to play walking bass lines. So if I'm going to do a guide tone, I'm going to go like this. Hear that? See what I did? I just played 2 notes and I did a walking bass line under each chord. And that's actually, you know, in this book, I do a whole chapter in this book about that whole thing called Chords at Your Fingertips. You can buy it on my website at ronjacksonmusic.com. Okay? Chords at Your Fingertips, and I'll actually sign it. So I actually do the progression and I build up to where you actually play a full jazz blues in the key of G with comping rhythms and everything. And that's a really popular lesson on Acoustic Guitar Magazine's website. And if you get the book, all the books come with video and tabs and everything. So this has tabs if you look closely. It's everything. So it's a really great book if you want to work on your bass lines. Now let me answer some questions. Oh, does the 7th string of your guitar help in voicing for bass? Yes, of course. That's from Alex Isugi. And or is it possible to work on a regular 6 string? Yes, this is a 6 string. So just so you know, I switched guitars, Alex. So this is a 6 string right now. So I'm playing bass lines with a 6 string or a 7 string. You know, I started off with 6 string. So actually, I can walk bass lines on 6 string too. I was always good at that. So basically, I can walk on 6 string and 7 string. I mean, 7 string sounds more like a bass because the 7th string on my guitar is really the 3rd string of a bass. I have a low A. So yes, I can walk on 7 string, and it's very important to walk on, you know, learn how to walk on 6 string first. So let me keep answering questions here. Thanks. Is it time to start learning? Okay, this is from Glenn Michael Thompson. Thanks for answering. It's time to start learning and making your own arrangements as well as some from other guitar players. I'll have to check your book out for sure. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, you know what? It's important to learn arrangements first because you don't really know how to do chord melody arrangements until you look at other people's arrangements. You know, so I used to transcribe Wes Montgomery arrangements. I forgot some of them. Like one of them was I've grown accustomed to your face. This is a Wes Montgomery arrangement, but I haven't played it in a long time. It's called I've Grown Accustomed to Her Face. It's just a ballad. But, you know, he does a lot of great stuff with block chords and drop 2 voicings, which you can learn from me in this book too, okay? And from other guitar students, guitar teachers, excuse me. So he kind of goes like this. The melody goes like this. So So the melody goes like that. So I'm gonna play. So he actually played. He played mostly of a chord over every melody note like this. He would go like this. I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm doing it by ear. Thirds. So what I just did was, I mean, I was doing that by ear basically, but I've been chord melody arranging for so long, and I know about some of the harmony of the song. I don't know that song that well, that actually. I was just kind of doing it by ear. So when I was doing the chord melody, I was doing a bunch of different techniques. I was like doing like block chords. And then when the melody note came out, I would just do simple thirds. Just down up the scale. See, and I did chord melody, like inner alignment there. Hear that? I put that line in between. Then I went. So that's basically a Wes Montgomery chord arrangement. I mean, he basically played it that way. I'm not doing exactly the way he did it, but he's not really doing anything fancy, guys. He's just basically doing block chords, basic inversions, like this. You could do fancier stuff like this. I can put a 9 in there instead. I can go. I can put all kinds of fancy stuff in there. I can do seconds. I could put a major shot for them. I could put fancy notes like that in the chord. So there's all kinds of stuff you could do with a chord melody arrangement. It's up to your imagination at the end, actually. So I mean, I have I'm trying to be more imaginative. So sometimes I think I play too inside, and so I try to start doing things like. I could do seconds. It sounds more modern, things like that. You could do fancy techniques. So let me keep answering questions. What's a simple, fun chord progression? Let me answer this question here. What's a simple but fun chord progression for beginners? Blues is the most simple chord progression, but all the pop songs have another simple chord progression. Devon is like 1 6 2 5, like C major 7, A minor 7, D minor 7, G, just 1 4 5, C, F, G. I mean, if you're a beginner, those are, you should know all these basic chord progressions. One important thing, everybody, you should know all your open string chords. So all your bar chords, everybody, someone mentioned the cage system here. All your bar chords come from open string chords. So it's very important to learn open string chords first. I've had students who play jazz, and then I ask them, do you know they don't know the open string chord. I'm like, what? You don't know you got to know the basics, everybody. To be able to play all the stuff I'm doing, you need to know the basics. So it's very important. Hey, everybody from all over the world is watching. Thank you. Someone from Greece. Greece the musical. Just kidding. Yeah, so guys, if you're enjoying this, I'm talking about a lot of techniques I use in this book called Chords at Your Fingertips. So go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com. It's all my details here. And you can pick up your own book and I'll sign it for you. And it teaches you about chord melody, all kinds of stuff, harmonizing melodies. And there's a chord melody arrangement in here. I might play it for you. It's at the end of the book. It's called Billy Boy. And I'll have to read it, but it's right here at the end here. And it's actually like a combination of the whole book. It's the very last lesson. If you look closely, that's my chord melody arrangement, where I use all kinds of great techniques about chord melody right here. Okay, and reharmonizations and stuff. So this is out of my book called Chords at Your Fingertips. So let me show you, everybody. Let me answer more questions. So what's the best way to learn scales across the fingerboard? Do you use the major scale and the relative minors if necessary? I know all the scales almost. So Ruben. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have all the major scales written out the Berkeley method in one lesson. So let me just show you real quick, Ruben. So yeah, I mean, I'm using much more than major scales in general. So you got to be able to play you have to play all of them. There's 8 fingerings from the major scale from the Berkeley method, from the Berkeley College of Music method where I studied. So here's one. I'm going to play it for you real quick, okay? This is a warm up for me. 1, 2. 3. I'm kind of playing fast. 4. 5. 6. 7. 8. So, I know those skills pretty well. I'm just playing them a little too fast right now because I'm trying to show you in like 1 minute. So, those are the 8 fingerings. The point is to be able to play like this. Without getting lost. I'm just messing around, but you should be able to play a C major scale or any scale, any key, up and down the fingerboard, across, this way and across without getting lost. E flat. G flat. Any key. So you should be able to play all your scales. I'm just kind of playing a little fast, but just to show you, this is just a major scale. There's the diminished scale. There's the whole tone. There's all the modes of the harmonic and melodic minor, which we'll talk about soon. So actually, just so you know, Devin, I have this as a lesson already on my YouTube channel here. So just take a look at it. All the modes of the major scale. And also, no, I don't have that lesson. But if you become a patron, you get all these things from me too for free on my Patreon. So if you want to join my Patreon, it's right here. It's patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and you can learn all kinds of cool things. I have chord melody arrangement scales, all kinds of stuff right there. So just join my Patreon. You can get all that stuff, guys, for free. But otherwise, you have to go pay individually on my website for those lessons. And you know, I think it's like $3.99 or $2.99 for all the major modes, all the major scales, all the fingerings, all the melodic minor scales, and there's a bunch of other stuff. I'm putting stuff up every week, 2 or 3 lessons a week. Okay, so we're talking about chord melody. Let me answer a few more questions. Also, how did you find the cage system is very important, actually, Ruben. So, I mean, I use that all the time subconsciously, and that's learning all your chords, open string chords, and making them to bar chords. That's what basically it is. So you just got to know how to take a C chord, change your fingers around, and move it up the scale. And you play the corresponding scale right under. Everywhere. I'm just messing around, but you know what I'm saying? You should be able to play all through these scales like that from open string chords. Okay, now let me keep going. I think you're gonna yeah, go ahead, Henry, buy my book. You get it autographed. It comes with, just so you know, everybody, my book comes with every lesson in this book has video as well. It comes with a video lesson and tabs. And I have 3 lessons in this book, but there's a lot of great writers here. Adam Levy, who played with Nora Jones, Lisa Loeb, and Annie DeFranco. He's a writer. He's a good friend of mine in this book. A bunch of guys, Sean McGowan, Jane Miller, and Jeffrey Peppy Rogers, who used to be the editor of the magazine, Acoustic Guitar Magazine. So it's through Hal Leonard Music, but you can pick it up through me. It's better to pick up through me. Go to my website at www.ronjacksonmusic.com. And I just I sold a lot of books recently, and people from all over the world have been buying them, from France, Germany, Australia, everywhere. Thank you guys for being such great supporters of my channel too, and help support me by buying my books and donating on my page there, here on my description, and following me and sharing with your friends, of course. Thank you. So let me keep going. Let me see. So rock guitar takes away from the jazz power chord, which technically is a 3rd and 7th partial chord, right? Yeah, rock guitar, Dario, it's a different style, but I'm sure they use 3rd and 7th too. A lot of rock guitar songs have like 5 chords, the power chord. Oh. That stuff. I'm just not the type of guitar to play that kind of stuff on it, but you know what I mean? Feels like Teen Spirit. So it's just like, there's a lot of power chords, but rock has all kinds of stuff in it these days. So, I mean, I love Tosin Abasi from Animals as Leaders. One of my heroes. I want to get his 8-string guitar. So, so these are great guys. So I can't, I used to play rock myself a lot. I switched to jazz when I became an adult, but I was a rocker when I was a kid. So all that stuff is great. And, I can't, they play all kinds of different harmonies in rock now too. So let me keep going. So I see, thank you. You're welcome. Alex, Tuber Official. I love you, my friend. Okay, cool. Let me keep answering questions here. So thanks for the live show. I love it. Great, Anthony. Thanks for watching. Climate change. Yeah, I'm good. So you from the United States, right? Yeah. So you is from the United States. Well, what's from the United States? Me? I live in the United States, but if you were getting my book, I ship it all over the world. Okay. So just so you know, and my stuff you can just download on my website. Hi, Greece. I love you, Ron Jackson. Thank you, Luis. Do you think playing very jazzy kills the emotion? No. You can play jazz with emotion. Just so you know, GC, GG. Okay, Louis. I've got guitar. Of course, I'll buy the book. Dario, buy the book. Yeah, go ahead. Devin, thanks. Hi from Italy, Silvio. Man, you basically taught me how to play jazz solos on guitar. Thanks so much for your video. So, excellent. Thank you. Excellent says I basically taught him how to play jazz. So okay, let me show you another chord arrangement. So we're talking about chord arrangements. So this chord arrangement I'm going to play for right now is called Blues Step. It's actually a blues in A, okay? And it's off my very first album that you can't find right now, called Blues Step. called a guitar thing that was on Muse Records. It's the same label that Pat Martino, my guitar teacher, was on, and a bunch of other guitar players. Ken Burrell was on that label for a little while. You know, a bunch of people, and they got sold into my. I don't know where my masters are, but this is a song called "Loose Steps." Basically, a blues using block chords, and I really like this arrangement. And I actually I'm going to be putting it up on my website tonight to sell the arrangement. You know, and it goes like this. You'll like this. It's like with a band, it sounds really cool. It sounds like this though. Let me show if I can see if I can play it for you. Ready? So that's just a blues in A. You know, so you know it's tricky because I'm playing 6/7 string a lot. So I play this differently on this is a 6-string guitar. I play this differently on a 7-string. So this has a lot of block chords. So just an A blues, A, D, A13. Then I do that kind of thing. I'll flat through. Then I go D, then G7. Then I do this chromatic thing from A. Then I do it E, dominant 7 sharp 9, and D7 dominant 7 9, and a flat 9 here. It goes like this. Okay, let me try that one more time for you guys. So I'm going to play a little bit better this time too. Watch this. Okay, so that's how it sounds on 7-string guitar. I mean, on 6-string guitar. Let me show you how it sounds on 7-string guitar. So I do it a little bit differently. So I've only been playing 7-string guitar. I recorded that song on my first album in 1991 when I was only like 25 or something. I'm only 26 now, so. So look at this. So look at me play that on 7-string, because I'm used to playing 7-string. Sometimes I get this thing we call missing string syndrome, where I still think I'm playing a 7-string, but so this is how you would sound on 7-string guitar, because I can hit that low note now. Watch this. Hear that low note? So I got that note. So that's the really cool thing about the 7-string. You get those low notes. So sometimes when I play when I switch between the two guitars, it's confusing because sometimes I'll be thinking I'm hitting the 7th string, but I'm playing a 6-string. But that low note brings it to the surface, doesn't it? Yes, doesn't it, Carl? Yeah. It's tricky though, because you gotta miss. When I'm hitting all these strings on top, you gotta not hit all these other strings except the 7. Like that. You see that? Let me answer some more questions. Yeah. 4, 5, 6. Let me see. Oh, how do you use melodic minor with natural minor chords? You know what? That's a good question, Shadows. I just throw melodic minor on any kind of minor chord. See, when you're playing a minor chord, they tell you to play natural minor, but a jazz musician would pick from any minor, actually, according to what they hear. So you could use any minor, actually. So, I mean, I use melodic minor, harmonic minor, Dorian, Phrygian, Aeolian, anything. Because, it depends on what your knowledge is. So if I'm playing A minor. playing melodic minor now. I just mix it up. Okay, I can go. I just mix all kinds of minors in there, okay? I just did a little frigid. So you can mix all kinds of minors over a minor chord, just so you know. When you mention using guide tones in a chord melody, this is close to using shell voicings. The assumption is correct. Yes, it's close to that, yes. I mean, you know, a shell voicing is just basically like 2 or 3 notes. And so basically in jazz, the main shell voicing is really just the 3rd and 7th. So if I'm playing like let's say I'm playing a song. So I'm only doing, if I just played that without the bass line, it would sound like this. I'm just playing 2 notes actually with the bass line on the bottom. You hear it? So I'm just playing. That's all I'm playing on top. So, but that's really good if you're doing chord melody because you have all this room to throw other stuff on top. See what I'm doing? I'm kind of throwing notes on top of that now, off the shell voicing or the 3rd and 7th. Excuse me. I need some water. So what's happening? I have some coffee here. Yeah, so what's happening is when you play the 3rd and 7th on the bottom, I mean on the top of the chord, you can put melody notes and all kinds of cool things on top with the bass. So I'm going. I mean, you don't have to keep the same voicing, but it's basically you can play that a little bit and play the rest. So I'm kind of mixing it up. So I'm using that 3rd and 7th a lot, just to get the sound of the chord. Then I'm throwing like melody notes on top. So I mean, there's a lot of techniques you can actually use, and we talk about these things in this book. Okay, so let me play you something out of the book so you can actually see something here. Let me see. You find Govan Guthrie jazz playing? I never heard that. You know what? I gotta check him out. I checked him out. Okay, Guthrie Govan's. I gotta check him out actually. I'll look after this. GG. The low note brings out the surface. Okay, good. Cool. It sounds like you're having a bass backing track with a 7th string. Really brings out everything above that. Yeah, Glenn, it does. Yes, lots of beautiful room. Official, good. Too well. Thank you. So tasty. Thank you, everybody. So let me show you something. So in this book, Chords at Your Fingertips, I've been talking about when we talk about chord melody. So we talked about harmonizing a melody. So I took a melody, the very last lesson in this book. I took a song called Billy Boy. It goes like this. So I'm going to show you this. This is a chord melody, impromptu live. So we're talking mostly about chord melody. So I want you to get something out of this today. So let's take a melody like this. This is written down. I'm going to be reading this, okay? And I haven't played this in a while, really. But it goes like this. The melody goes like this. So what I did was, I did a chord melody with this actually. So first I did it like this. Watch this. This is all in the book, Chords at Your Fingertips, just so you know. You can pick it up on my website. I have so many copies. It's actually, I'm starting to run low, so if you want to get a copy, pick one up today. I'm going to be ordering some more next week. Hopefully they'll be still in stock. So I just sold a few this week. So this book has this exercise about chord melody. So listen to this. So this is all written out right now. This is like one version of doing that with the melody. Watch this. You can do it that way, okay, or this way. Let me play it on 6-string for you. Hey, I'd say high gauge. So someone was asking me what gauge strings I use on this. So you guys know, take a look. Don't hurt your fingers, guys. That's a 14 on top, 79 on the bottom of my 7th string. Okay, that's a 14 on top, just so you know. Oh, wow. Hey, Dovla, I have a student that's right now 67 who's studying jazz guitar right now. So, no, it's not too late. Okay? So, just so you know, everybody, I have 14s on this guitar too. This is a 14 gauge on top of my D'Angelico. Thank you, D'Angelico, for having me become a D'Angelico 6-string artist, because they don't make 7 strings. So they gave me this guitar as an artist. So you can pick up this guitar, go to Guitar Center. Also go to my website. No, it doesn't change the neck angle. It's a good guitar, so don't worry about that. If you want to pick up a guitar like this, go to my Amazon store. I have a page on D'Angelico guitars. Go to Ron Jackson. Go to Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and you can pick up your own D'Angelico guitar there. Okay, they're great guitars. They're not expensive. This one lists for $2,000. You can get them cheaper, a little bit cheaper on my store. So I just played that song on the 7th string, but I was playing the 6-string part. So let me play you the whole arrangement from the book. And there's a lot of chords in this arrangement. So watch this. See if I can play this. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. So that was the final week of this book. So I took that melody called Billy Boy, like this melody, and I permutated it all into like an easy chord melody to a really complex chord melody. So, I mean, that's how you learn how to do chord melody, everybody. You got to take a melody, know the melody separately, know the chord separately, put it together, create different kind, put the melody on top. You can put the melody in the middle too and on the bottom, but we didn't talk about that part yet. And you have to learn chord melody solos from other people, like from books like me, or learn from the masters like Joe Pass, Wes Montgomery, all those guys. I mean, those are the main guys I learned from. I've seen Joe Pass. He was one of my idols, and I saw him when I was in college do a workshop, and he was amazing, man. He was just a monster. He played the classical guitar and the electric guitar really great with his fingers and everything. I mean, just amazing, and his pick. And so anyway, so you know what, everybody, I'm gonna be packing up in a minute because I have to eat lunch and stuff. So yeah, do you recommend lubing the bridge with graphite? No, I don't do anything like that on my guitar. So someone was asking about the strings. I already showed you the strings. So everybody, please, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And if you want to, what's the word? If you enjoy this, you want to donate. Also, you can here at PayPal.com at Ron Jackson Music and Venmo and Cash App at Ron Jackson Music if you'd like to. Okay, if you want to help support me and my channel. Okay, if you also subscribe and share everywhere. I have a lot of followers everywhere. So on TikTok everything is Ron Jackson Music. TikTok, Twitter, YouTube, Facebook, Instagram. What was I going to say? If you want to join my Patreon, please do so. It's right here. It has all these lessons there too, actually. And, it's patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. And go to my website if you want to get the book, ronjacksonmusic.com. It's easy, ronjacksonmusic.com. And pick up the book, Chords at Your Fingertips. Actually, it's, I'm a writer for Acoustic Guitar Magazine. And I write a lot of articles, a lot of lessons actually for them. I've written about 30 lessons for them. Since 2013, I've been working for them. And I have 2 books out. This is one book. This is another book's called Guitar Scale and Mode Mastery, which is not published, not printed yet because of the pandemic, because of work shortages. But go pick up this book and help support me. You'll love the book. I'll sign it for you. This book has all the videos for every lesson too, so you don't have to worry about that. You can look at the lesson. You could have the tabs, everything. So really a wonderful book. And what was I going to say? Thank you for watching. And go to ronjacksonmusic.com. And if there's anything else, email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. Thanks for supporting me. And it was great talking to you about chord melody today. I'm doing a show tonight on Instagram called Sunday Evening Jazz. And I have 2 drummers on the show that are going to be guests if you want to watch that. But I'll be doing these live lessons, impromptu lessons every few days when I have a chance, just to reach out to my audience more. And, please definitely subscribe. I have a lot of cool videos coming out, live performances, lessons, all kinds of stuff. I saw my friend Lafayette Harris just say hi. I have a video that just came up with him. Thank you, Lafayette. You're welcome, Shiva. Yeah, thanks, Dario. Do you recommend? Yeah, so I'm trying to, it's hard to talk and play, but I'm glad you guys are watching and really appreciate what I'm doing. And thank you, Elixir Strings, for the nice shirt. It's funny because I won a contest a couple years ago called the Performer Magazine Elixir String Contest, and they made a bunch of vinyls. My fans voted me actually for me, and I won with another band. One's a rock band. I'm a jazz guy with so they actually gave me about 70 vinyls. I'll be sending that on my website too. They're singles, but one of my fans on TikTok just actually purchased one. So we'll talk more about this. I need to do like a real YouTube video about chord melody, the whole process. But I think this is a good way of doing it because yeah, great. Someone's watching my YouTube shorts 5 times a day. That's great. So who is that? Let me see who that said that. Brian Wood. Oh yeah, great, Brian. I'm glad you watched them. Yeah, so everybody, thanks so much for watching. I really appreciate you guys. And I'll try to do the best videos and try to do the best playing I can for you. Sometimes it's hard to do the best playing when you're talking all the time, but because you can't concentrate on playing. But it's fun, And I'm trying to reach my audience and grow my YouTube. So please share with everybody and subscribe if you don't already. And we'll see you on social media, everybody. And if you want to take lessons with me, just let me know. I have a lot of students that off YouTube now who are studying with me. So just email me. Just go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, or just email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And I'll see you guys very soon, okay? It was fun. Have a great day, okay? I'm live, and let me move back a little bit. I can't move back too far because of all these guitars behind me. But I wanted to take off the green screen in the back and just start showing you my guitar collection. A lot of people have been asking me, man, show us your guitars, man. Like, show you what? So look at this. So like I have a bunch of guitars behind me. You can't see them. Look. I just have them all lined up. These are my 6-string guitars and stuff. So I think I took them all out. I have 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, this is a 12-string. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, so there's 10 instruments, but I need to let you know what the models are, because I don't know the names of the models, but I'll tell you in a second. Let me grab one thing. Don't leave. So there's a missing guitar, but I have it. Ron! Primitive Assembly. How's it going? So those are my guitars. This yellow guy? Oh yeah, sorry. Almost fell. This is my D'Angelico. So I'll show you in a minute all this stuff, guys. I'm gonna go through one guitar at a time. So and I'll tell you the model number of all these guitars, because people have been asking me what guitars you use. So I'm gonna move this back just a little bit more so I don't get my head cut off. So I'm using a ton of different guitars, but I don't use them all the time. It depends on the situation, everybody. So that's why I wanted to show you like this. Let me get this closed. So for example, I have this 6-string guitar right here. It's made in England. It's not a common model, okay? It's a file D guitar. When I was touring over there maybe 20 years ago, I got this made in 1999. It's a great guitar. Really great 6-string acoustic guitar. They're made in like the countryside of England. Okay, it's a file D custom made guitar. I've had this for like 20 years. And the model is it's just a custom guitar. There's no name. The guy made it so I can use it over here in the weather that's kind of like hot and cold and all that stuff. So if you have any questions about the guitar, let me know. Oh yeah, thank you, Paul. PJ. So this is the 6-string guitar. 6-string steel string, and I recorded one of my albums called Acoustic Invent Yours. Is recorded on this album here. Is all acoustic guitar. You can get this on my website. You can listen to it on Spotify. Go to my Spotify, Ron Jackson. It's a really great sounding guitar for recording. Now, acoustic guitar should not be played with an amp anyway. So this is really a nice guitar. Made in England. They're spelled F-Y-L-D-E, File D. They exist. They're not really big on social media, but they're a great guitar company. And I actually met this guy in England. And they never even go to the conventions. I go to the NAMM show, and they never show up to those things. Unfortunately, I think they get more business. But a lot of famous people play their stuff. So let me see. I'm I'm just gonna look right now online and look at your comments right now too. Hold on. So let me go over here and show you my next guitar that's over here. So I'm gonna put this over here on the side. 1 second. I'm gonna go to my channel and make sure I see your comments. Okay, right now, yeah, I'm live. So here. So the next one, you've seen me play this recently. Okay, this is the everybody's like, wow, I love that guitar. This is the D'Angelico XL1. I just got this from D'Angelico. Okay, so you know, on the last guitar I showed you, I used Tomastic strings. Just in case you know what I use Tomastic strings on the guitar, but not these. I use these acoustic strings. So the last guitar I used, I showed you, I used Tomastic strings like you know, they're not these, you know, but they're these steel string guitars that they make, steel strings that they make for guitars. Oh yeah, these are called plectrums. Okay, so I'm a Tomastic endorser, and I use plectrums. Now the plectrums are kind of cool. They're you know, they're nice strings. Also, they make interesting. Tomastic makes these flat wound strings, so they're really kind of cool. So you know, I deal with these guys too. You know, I use the George Benson strings on the 6-string guitar, but on this guitar particularly, I don't use that. I use on this guitar right here, this D'Angelico. Let me take this thing out so you can see the neck. It's a really nice guitar. 6 strings. I think it's all maple, laminate top. See that? Okay. So you know, it has a Seymour Duncan pickup on it. I use a Labella jazz tapes. I use 14 on top for you guys. This is what I use. This is a 7-string set, but I had D'Angelico put on the 6 strings of this. Ah, yes, piano wire, the man string I call it. That's funny. No more kings. No more. You're not a king anymore without heavy strings. So these are great strings. You know, they're like black tape. If you look carefully, there's black tape on them. See that? So they're really kind of cool. They have a great sound. Two metal strings, 3 tape wound, nylon tape metal strings, and these all 4 of these strings are nylon taped actually. On the 7th string, where I use this, it's actually round wound. So I use flat wounds on my jazz guitar. So it's a great guitar. I'd like to thank D'Angelico in New York and Justin over there for having me as a D'Angelico artist. Also, everybody who's watching, if you're watching and you're new, please subscribe here. I have some cool content. You know, I try to answer my fans' questions when I have time. I'm so busy with social media and gigs now, so it's getting a little crazy. But you know, please subscribe to all my channels, TikTok, Instagram, everywhere. I'm everywhere. Ron Jackson Music. Okay, and you know, these requests were actually the requests to see my guitars were from people from YouTube and TikTok and even Instagram. So I'm showing you these now. These are only my 6-string guitars because I play mostly 7-string these days. So let me put this up here away so I don't break this one. So that's my D'Angelico. It's a nice guitar. I'm hanging it up on the wall. I have like a rack for my guitars, you know, so you can hang them. So this is another one I have. This is I'm a Cremona endorser, and if you guys want to get some great discounts, contact me. You know, my email is Ron Jackson. You can email me at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com. So this is a nice steel string. I haven't been using it recently. You know, I need to get set up a little bit. So I can't send it back to California to get set up. It's not worth it. That's where the Cremona America's Cremona USA is. This is called a Cremona M20E. It's a really great steel string guitar, and you can plug it in. You know, there's not much electronics. It has a volume and tone control right in here. Wow. Yeah, they make violins too. Yeah, Cremona makes violins. So if you want to get a good deal, contact me by email, and I'll get you a good deal for the guitar. Actually, one of my patrons is purchasing a Varia guitar through me, so I'm like a guitar dealer for Cremona. So take a look at this. So these are great. It has a volume and tone right here in the middle. I forget what this is made out of wood, but you know what wood this is made out of. But you know, look it up online. It's a M20E. I'm going to show you. I'm going to put these on the descriptions after. Yeah, yeah. These are sync strings, so you know I need to set up. There's a little buzzing of it. It's not bad actually. So I have to get this set up a little bit. That's all, and I'll play it more. So this is a great guitar. I'm going to put it over here. So that's a Cremona. So that's my second guitar. That's my third guitar I showed you guys. If you want to see the other ones, do I want to sell that one? I don't know. You know what? I have like 4 or 5 steel string guitars. If you really do you want to sell it? Dovla wants me to sell it. Where do you live? It's not like cheap guitar, so you know. It's not like a cheap guitar. It's like over $1,000, I think. So if you want to, possibly. Now this is a really cool guitar. I never used this guitar hardly either. It's a Fender 12 string. A Fender JG12CE/12 string. So I rarely use this thing, this Fender 12 string. You know, I just have it hanging on the wall, but you know, I keep it in good condition. You know, just so you guys know, here's my humidifiers. I learned this from one of my students. Save money. Don't give that money to Diadario. So this is a great method for humidifying your guitars. You basically take a Ziploc bag like this and just punch holes in it with a fork, put a sponge in there, and it humidifies the guitar. So I've been doing that for a while. Yeah, 12-string guitar is not hard, everybody. Just so you know, 12 strings basically like a 6-string. The strings are doubled. See, they're doubled. Okay? All the strings are doubled. Like these are octaves, and some of these are just double notes, and the rest are in octaves. So it's not that bad. So this is like someone gave me this like Planet Waves, I think, like humidifier. I replaced it with these things inside, sponges. So so that's how I humidify my guitars, and I have a humidifier too, so they don't like crack open. Okay. So this is my 12 string. So that's my 4th guitar I'm showing you, and it has full EQ and everything. You know, is there a battery in this thing? Nope, I don't have a battery because I haven't been using it. So it's a great guitar, you know, and I've rarely used it, but I'll be using it soon on something, I'm sure. I've had this for like 20 years. I got this from a friend that when I was a really well-known guitar player in the 70s. His name was David Spinoza. He actually did a lot of recording sessions. Like he was playing with all kinds of people, you know, like James Brown, and he did all. And I was doing a lot of Broadway, and I met him on someone recommended him to me, who was playing Broadway, and I was playing Broadway a lot at that time. So I was subbing for him, and he was a really cool guy. You know, he was a session guy, so he was one of these guys who knew how to play really well in the studio. But you know, if you asked him to do a gig like me, and he didn't know any tunes. You know, and he's one of these guys that could just read the notes. So he was great, man, amazing player. David Spinoza, check him out. He's everywhere, and he's retired now, but he's a really great musician. So anyway, let me keep going. So this is another guitar. So I have a bunch of Cremonas. Hey, Shiva, greetings, everybody. Now, someone's asking me how old are these guitars. So just to let you know. This Cremona I got, I'm a Cremona endorser, so I'll tell you in a second. So this one, let me tell you the model of this one first. So this one's a Soloist S65C. Now this is an inexpensive guitar. I think this is like maybe, I'm not quite sure. It's between $200 and $600. That's not expensive for a guitar. And it's a great straight up nylon string. You know. Nice guitar. No. Okay, it's a really nice guitar, and I use this a lot for teaching and practicing. You know, I don't use it that much for gigs. You know, it's not, but it's a really pretty nice guitar for the price. So you know, if you're interested, remember I can get you a Cremona for a great deal. Yeah, that's a nice class. Yeah, it's very nice. Hey, Dario. Dario sent me some recordings. Really nice guitar player, man. And he's trying to play jazz. So remember, everybody, to play jazz, you definitely need to, listen and study with a good teacher like myself. So just so you know. So So this is pretty nice. So this is not an expensive guitar, the Soloist S65C. So this is probably about 2 or 3 years old. I haven't had this that long. So the first guitar I showed you, this one, this guitar, this steel string, someone's asking me, I've had this for like 20 years, at least. Okay, I got this in the 2000 maybe, 2001. Okay, and this one, this handmade guitar, custom guitar from England, this File D guitar I was telling you about earlier, this is from 1999, this guitar. So, you know, I actually like hit it against the door one day. It has a little gouge here, but you know, that's just cosmetic. But this is really a workhorse guitar, man. I've had this on many records, recordings. A really great guitar. So, that's a great guitar if you want to consider it. You know, they're hard to find and they're expensive guitars. You know, they're from England. So, really, really nice guitars. So here's another guitar I've had for years. And this is called, this is an Aria guitar. Okay, it's an Aria concert guitar AC80. I got this from Aria like, oh man, in 1997 or something. You know, I was an Aria endorser. So they gave me this guitar. It's a really nice nylon. Now I'm thinking about selling this guitar if anybody's interested. The thing is, this has this chronic problem here of, there's this like little tiny crack here, but it's superficial. I've always been trying to get it fixed, like a Guitar Center everywhere. They glue it, but it's nothing, doesn't affect the guitar. It's kind of weird, it's on top. But that's about it. It's a nice guitar. This guitar's worth about $1,000. So, you know, it's funny guys. So this is a AC80, you know, completely acoustic guitar. And I used this on my other album, my acoustic guitar album I showed you a minute ago, called this one. I used this guitar on this album too, some of the album. Acoustic Adventure. So, you know, go check out my albums, please, everybody. And if you're watching and you're new, please subscribe. And, please subscribe to all my channels at Ron Jackson Music. Everything is Ron Jackson Music. Even my payments and everything, okay? So, yeah, this guitar is really great, except for that one thing. But it's a really nice, really has a nice sound. So it's pretty nice. So that's my Aria guitar. So let me keep going through my collection here. It's getting, I'm getting almost to the end, but not quite. So look, this is the one everybody keeps asking me about. Okay, it's my Eastman. Okay, look at this. So this is called the Eastman T49D/V Amber guitar. Okay. It's a really nice guitar. I just got this actually. This is brand new. I've had this since last year. Since the pandemic, because I have a bunch. I have like 2 archtop guitars that are 7-string, but I didn't have like a guitar that was like this in a 6-string. So I teach a lot, online. I do a lot of videos online. A lot of people don't play 7-string, so I had to get this guitar. It's a really, really nice guitar, and it, it plays great. But I haven't been using it recently because I promised D'Angelico, the guitar you have up there, to show the guitars on video all the time now instead, okay? So it's a really good guitar. I think this lists for like $2,000 or something. So this is a great guitar, and I've done a lot of videos on this that you've seen on my YouTube shorts and some of my lessons, okay? So it's a great guitar. It has, I think these are Seymour Duncan pickups, volume, tone, 2 humbuckers, really nice guitar. So let me check out some of these questions. So send it to Ron Fernandez in California, but hey, I live in New York. I can't send it to Ron Fernandez. It'll cost me more money. No, but it's not bad. This crack on this guitar, someone's asking me about a question here from Dario, is that I've had it at a repair shop a couple of times and paid money and they still can't fix this thing, so it's okay. It sounds like you care for these guitars. For these guitars are still in good condition and looks new. Thank you, Udian. Yeah, they're in good condition. I mean, I don't mess up my guitars. I have to play them for gigs, so just so you know. So yeah, these guitars are great. So this is my Eastman. So you know, all this I'm going to list after, and you can go to my Amazon store, and if you want to pick one up, let me know. I'll send you the links on my Amazon store after this. And just so you guys know, who's ever watching, this is a new announcement. I'm doing a workshop, a jazz workshop, coming up on July 18th at 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Sunday. Come by and see my, come by and attend my workshop. I had this was on Lively, which is a site owned by a lot of great jam band musicians and all kinds of stuff. So I had the most successful workshop this past April for them. So I'm doing a follow-up, on demand, follow-up. So if you want to, learn some jazz, go to lively.com, lively.com, and sign up for my jazz improv workshop. You'll learn some cool jazz techniques. Okay? So that's on July 18th. So let me see. Oh. You should do an online live with Justin Lee Show. Sure. I love him. Yeah. Yeah, Dario, it's expensive postage. So let me show you my next guitar. So this one's a really great guitar. I've recorded with this a lot too. This is another Aria guitar I got from Aria. I knew the owner of Aria Guitars. He was a Japanese guy named Shiro Arai. I think he passed away, I think. But he was a great guy, and I've been an endorser for them for years. So he gave me this guitar too. It's a really nice classical guitar. It's an AC80CE electric. So it's like the same model that we just saw with the cutaway. This has a cutaway. And it has electronics, Fishman electronics on there. You see that? So it's nice, And I use this one sometimes for recording. I still have a battery in it. So it's a really nice guitar. Gotta put this back in. Oh, there it is. Okay. So there's, you plug the guitar into here. Really nice guitar. I've had this for quite a while. And, I've taken this, everywhere for gigs and stuff. So really nice guitar. These cost about, I don't know, at the time they were $1,000 at least, or $1,800, I forget. But these are nice guitars. I don't have really, really expensive guitars anymore. I used to have some Paul Reed Smiths that were like $5,000 or $6,000 and stuff like that. But I don't carry guitars like that. It's not the guitar; it's how you play it. Remember that, everybody. It's your touch. You should be able to pick up any guitar, $100 guitar, and make it sound good. So and I don't use heavy. I don't use light strings. It depends on the guitar. But I use usually heavy strings. But I for example, I don't have any solid body guitars that are 6-string. Because I have 7-string ones. I have 2 of them. I'll show you that guitar collection in the next video. So let me keep going here. So that's how many guitars did we go through so far? We went through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 guitars. So we have just a couple more before I finish up here. So here's another one from Cremona that I didn't show you. I have a couple of the nylon strings. So this is a Cremona Solos F65C, a different one than this one. We see? These are 2 different ones. So that's an S65C and this is an F65C. So these are 2 different kinds of guitars, everybody. From Cremona, completely nylon strings. I think one of these is like, the difference is like $200 for one of these. So this is a nice guitar. I use this all the time for teaching and practicing. And, I don't take it out much on gigs because there's no pickup. But look on this one. But look at this one. They have their Cremona USA KNA pickup, they call it. It's like a little bridge thing they put here. They sell those. So if you guys want to get a Cremona guitar, please email me at ron@ronjacksonmusic.com, and I can get you a great deal on these guitars, better than the Guitar Center and all those stores. So this is a really great guitar for the price, and it's a nice nylon string guitar, okay, with no cutaway. Yeah. And I've been to Bulgaria to their factory. I gotta actually post some of those photos again. Yeah, business is booming, I guess. You know what? That's a great comment. Someone says business is booming. I just have all these guitars because I collect them. People give me guitars. I buy some guitars, and I end up having all these guitars. It's like, man, I don't have room for all these guitars actually. But one of these guitars I do want to get rid of if someone is interested. Now, my last instrument, guess what? Is this a Guitar Joe? So it's a guitar. It's a banjo made by Dean. I forget this. I don't know the model, but it's basically a banjo tuned like a guitar. So sometimes I get gigs, you know, and I'm like. So I got like my little guitar Joe. So it's a 6-string guitar tuned up like a banjo. It's from Dean. So it's a really nice guitar Joe, I call it. They call me Sloppy Joe on guitar. So yeah, it's a really so this actually is funny. I was on a gig and the whole cover broke off. This came out of this thing here, you know. But I fixed it myself. You know, the repairman told me just try to fix it yourself, and I did. I was able to glue it back together. But it's actually pretty nice, this thing, for what it is. You know, it cost me a couple $100. I found it somewhere, like Guitar Center or something. So these are nice little instruments. So that's my guitar collection. You know, if you have any questions, yeah, I did it with glue, and you know, and I glued things together. So if you need to promote a guitar, let me know. You know, I have a couple of other announcements. You know, look, if you want to join my my Patreon, actually last time I did a YouTube live, someone joined my Patreon. You could just go to patreon.com and join me at patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic. Okay, and also I use Hendrickson amps, and please share this code if you want to buy Hendrickson amp. You know, they're the small amps. I don't have them right here with me to show you because it's downstairs. But you can use my code Ron Jackson and save 5%. That's a lot of money for the amps because they're not cheap amps, but they're great amps. You can use my code Ron Jackson Music at HendricksonAmps.com. Okay, and if you see like some of the instruments, you can go to my Amazon store, everybody, and use and just go to my store and just go to Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and you can check out my Amazon store. And one last thing, if you like my shave, go to my skullshaver.com and save 10% and use my code Rhythm. Okay, Father's Day is coming up, so you can get something for your father or for yourself. So you know, so that's my guitar collection, everybody. Thank you for watching, and I'm glad you you know, I hope you enjoyed the show. So those are all my 6-string guitars. That was a fan request, and you know, I'm going to list the guitars after. So if you want to pick them up at my Amazon store, or you know, you want to check them out, or you want to contact me, you know, I can put my contact information over there too. So I might want to get rid of one of these things. So thanks everybody for watching my live again. You guys are a great audience. Thank you for having. I just got to 25,000 followers, subscribers on YouTube. Thank you. So please share my videos, everybody. Subscribe if you don't already. And thank you for, you know, I try to give you honest and you know, real content with no BS. So you know, I really appreciate you guys, and we'll see you guys soon. There's a question here before I finish. Do you prefer tube amplifiers over transistor, or does that even matter? You know what's really funny? Someone just asked me, do I prefer tube amplifiers? That's actually, you know what? I prefer tubes, but you know what I just got? Everybody check them out. I got 2 Fender Tone Master amps. They are both actually transistor, but they sound exactly like tubes. So I've been using them at gigs, and they sound wonderful. So go check them out, okay? And you know, I used them on gigs recently. They sound great. They're great to record with, and they're half the weight of a Fender Twin Reverb. So I got one like a Princeton type one, and I got a Twin Reverb one. And if you like the show, you know, I'm also taking donations here at the end. So just go to PayPal and Venmo and Cash App. It's all Ron Jackson Music. Everything's Ron Jackson Music if you'd like to donate anything today for this live stream. And I appreciate you guys, okay? And follow me everywhere and donate everywhere at Ron Jackson Music. And I'll see you guys soon. And thanks a lot. It was really fun. And I got to show you my guitar collection. Have a great day. Okay, bye-bye. John Jackson. I don't know what's happening with my link. It's not working, and it looks correct. So I'm actually going live public now. So sorry about that, guys. It was kind of weird. I went live, for my unlisted account on Patreon, and what happened was no one was seeing me, but it was the correct link. I could see it was the correct link, but no one could get on. So. Hey, Umir. Sorry, I always say your name incorrectly. I'm sorry about that, Umir. It's such a bad habit. But my great student Umir is going to be is on the show, and I'm going to actually just take questions from people today about anything, any kind of subject on the guitar. I'm going to start off with playing a tune. Just so you know, guys, some of my other students that are that are supposed to be tuned in, I sent an email to. I need to send them. I just need to send them. I don't know if I can even do that now. The correct link, but if they just go to my YouTube channel, they'll see I'm live. Okay, and you guys can ask any question. Okay, good, Dionysios. Where do you live, Dionysios? In Greece or in America? I have no idea. But let me start by playing a song that I was trying to play earlier, solo guitar. It's called Del Sasser, and then you can ask me questions about anything you want today. Let me do it on my 7th stream. Okay, cool. Hey, guys, this is a public Patreon live event just because I couldn't figure out how to why my link wasn't working to do this unlisted lesson today. But so everybody, this is a public lesson, and my goal today is just to take any questions that you have. Yeah, so you know what, that Count Basie ending, Umir, is actually not correct. I heard the correct ending is this one. Like, let me see. So if I'm in the key of F, it would be like this. So that's the correct ending for the Count Basie ending. Okay. So it's like and you gotta play this note. You gotta play this note. You gotta play those notes there. Keep the 6 down there. So that's the correct Count Basie ending, okay? So that last song was called Del Sasser by Sam Jones. I've never really played it as a solo guitar piece. It's kind of like a big band song, okay? And if you look at the music, you know, it's not that easy. This is actually backwards, guys. But that's what Del Sasser looks like. And you know, that's it's a great song. So I was just kind of do solo guitar with that. It's kind of it's not a complicated arrangement if you're playing in a band by yourself. It is. So I'm planning to do that on my show tomorrow night on Sunday Evening Jazz, and do it solo guitar like that because it's one of my favorite songs. Okay. Now, does anybody have any questions so far? Because this is about yes, I'm taking questions today. Yes. So I'm taking questions. I'm gonna make that taking questions. Any question you want. You know. So I'm gonna put that in the chat right now. And if you have any questions, please let me know about picking, soloing, practicing, anything you want. Okay. And this was supposed to be a Patreon sponsored live event. You know, only for unlisted. So so Emir, I think that's how you say it. Emery. Sorry, Demixi. Okay. Has a question about tritone substitutions. So you know what? I actually have a long YouTube video about that already posted, but I could talk to you about that now if you want. Let me fill this out first. Okay, hold on. So I'm going to put this here. I'm going to put my Patreon link so you guys have that. Is that correct? Okay. So that's my Patreon link, guys, for this this live event. So tritone substitution is basically the tritone is actually taking the octave and dividing it in half. So let's say I'm playing a C major scale. I'm gonna take my other guitar so you guys can see better because this is a 7-string. Some people can't see this guitar too easily. So let me get my 6-string Eastman out here. Okay. Make sure I'm in tune. So the tritone is actually, if I'm playing a C major scale, I'm going to go to the F sharp and divide the octave into exactly a sharp 4 or flat 5. So that's a tritone. C to F sharp, okay? Then C to F sharp, etc. Okay. Now what's unique about that is, let's say I'm playing in the key of C. Okay, the C major scale, C, D, E, F, G, A, B, C. Now the 5/7 chord of the key of C is the G7. That's 8 notes away. I mean, 5 notes away from the C, sorry. Okay, so that note is a 5 away. And now, if you play the G7 chord, okay, you get the 1, 3, 5, flat 7, okay? Now, the 3 and 7 are the actually the tritone in that chord, okay? We call that the tritone because that's actually a flat 5 away from this note. It cuts the octave exactly in half. So that's our tritone, okay? Just so you know. So the tritone is the F and the B, okay, on the G7 chord. Now, when we resolve that, those two notes resolve to the C chord. Now, dominant 7 chords are really strong. They resolve to the next chord usually, like this. F to E and B to C. Now, that's a really strong cadence, okay? Now, the reason why it's called tritone substitution, because I'm using a bass note here of a G and ending on C. Now, that tritone is what we call the flat 7 and the 3, okay? And that is also common with the D flat 7 chord. This is that note. Now, in the D flat 7 chord, that the F becomes, which is the flat 7 on the C, okay? That becomes the third instead of the flat 7 on the G. So that's a third of D flat, and the B is actually the C flat in the D flat 7 chord. Okay, that's the flat 7 of the D flat 7 chord. So it's actually the same exact notes. Okay, so G and D flat have the same tritone. So when you do a substitution, you're actually substituting the bass, which is G to D flat, and you're resolving. You see that? Okay, see that? So that's a tritone substitution. You can play that anywhere. I would end it like this. So I did a G7 like this and ended on the F chord. I did a G7 to a C, sorry, or D flat 7, which is a tritone substitution. So you can do that in any key. So the key of F would be C7 to F. So I could do C7, G flat, same chord, same tritone. Okay, so the guitar sounds very distorted. Oh, maybe it's too loud. Sorry about that, Tony. Let me turn it down a little bit. How about now? I'm gonna play softer. Sorry. Is that better? So now I'm actually doing the tritone substitution like that. So that's a very common progression. And just so you know, when you're doing tritone substitution, you can use different scales. So if I'm playing a G7 like this, let me get a different kind of pick here, a lighter pick too for this guitar. So the scale you would use on let's say you're doing a C7 to F, C7 to C, G7 to C, like that. So the scale you would use on this G7 is a mixed Lydian or a dominant scale. Now, when you get to if you do the tritone substitution, you would have to use a different scale. You have to use a Lydian dominant or a dominant 7 with a raised 4. So this is a D flat 7 scale with a raised 4. So the chord tones are 1, 2, 2, 3, sharp 4 or flat 5, 5, 6, flat 7 to 1. You have to change the scale to play the linear, to play the tritone substitution, the chord that you're playing on. And that's based on the melodic minor scale. This is a lot of stuff to learn in like a few minutes, but it's very common, this kind of stuff. Yeah, so sorry, I have a new camera, and the mic is probably stronger, so my guitar might be a little distorted. So I'll turn down a little bit. Okay, good. So that makes sense. Thank you. You're welcome, Emery. How would you implement triads and arpeggios in a song like Autumn Leaves? Oh, that's funny. I'm working on that with my student right now. Who's I don't know if he's watching, but I'm actually I hope he's watching. One of my students is going to watch right now. Let me just check one thing. I got a text because I had a problem trying to get online. Anyway, there's something weird with YouTube because someone just sent me a text saying that I streamed 1 day ago, but I haven't streamed a day ago. So this is kind of weird. Anyway, so hopefully people are watching. Oh, there's Sean. Great. Hey, Sean, my student's here. So I want to ask a question about how would you do arpeggios in a song like on Autumn Leaves? That's Dionysios. Okay. No. You're talking about chords, Dionysios, or arpeggios, literally arpeggios. So let's think about that for a second. So I'm working on a song right now with my student Sean, who's up here listening, watching right now. You could do an arpeggio like this. Now, if I'm playing a song like Autumn Leaves, and I'll play the melody. See? So when I'm doing these arpeggios, yes. So you're talking about solos, okay, or chords. Now arpeggios, I'm going to do. If I do an arpeggio working on the song, I would go like this. You can go like this. You can first do the triad, which is. Now I'm doing this in low register, but you should have to be able to play that everywhere. The D7. These are just triads, everybody. So that's 3 notes only. Going through the chord changes, you see. Every possible. So I'm only doing triads right now. Every possible way. You can play through the changes just like that, okay? And then, play triads first, then arpeggios. So triads and arpeggios are basically the same thing, but depends how you play them, okay? A triad can be played like this or like this. So you could do the triad and then the arpeggio. Now that's a really simplified version because in Autumn Leaves, actually, the chords are 7th chords, so you have longer chords. So I'm going. So you can do 7th chords. I mean, it's hard to do it on a guitar like this, to play them like straight like this. So you have to use closed voicings. No, these are really simple voicings I'm playing right now. But if I'm soloing, you can use triads or you can use 7th chords. You can go through the whole song like this. Now, when you're practicing these kind of exercises, everybody, you need to be able to play these fingerings different ways. So here's like an A minor 7 arpeggio. I'm playing Autumn Leaves in the key of E minor. So the first chord is A minor 7 to D7 to G major 7 to C major 7, etc. So the first chord is A minor 7. So you should be able to do the arpeggio like this. Okay, that's one way. I can play it like this too. In the same octave. See how many ways I play that? Because that's how you really learn how to play the guitar neck, all over the guitar neck. You do it on one string. Oh, sorry. See how many ways I played that? You can even play it on the same string. That's how you really learn your guitar neck. And then I would transpose it up an octave. Well, I'll do it here. See how many ways I just played that? And someone said, Mr. Jackson, play some giant steps for us. You guys are funny. I'll tell you a story. I was taking a workshop with the great Joe Pass years ago when I was in college. And there were like 100 guitar players in the room. And you know what people were saying to him? They were saying, Mr. Pass, could you play giant steps? And like Mr. Joe Pass said, you know what? I'm not here to prove anything. I was just laughing my butt off. That was pretty funny, man. Oh, yeah. So Dionysios. Oh, yeah. So you're in a different key than me. So he's doing Autumn Leaves in the key of G minor. So that's the key of G minor. So you just do the same key. You have to do this in every key. So this is Autumn Leaves in the key of G minor. So we're in a different key. So if you know a song really well, everybody, you have to be able to transpose the song, on the fly. That means like just this key. So I was doing E minor, but now I had to go to G minor because that's the key Dionysios does it in. So if you do the arpeggios, Dionysios, you have to do it in this key too. And then as everywhere. So I basically played the arpeggios through that song, okay? And hey, David from Montreal, how you doing? So that's how you actually play through changes. I'm taking questions today in my workshop. It's public because somehow my private link couldn't work for my special guests. So sorry about that, guys. Now, Adam, someone asked me to play some giant steps for us. Let me play a little bit. So you can do that way. So that's a little giant steps for you. Okay. So Adam, how would you turn these triads into phrases that you would typically hear when improvising? So, okay, that's a good question. So let's say I'm playing through Autumn Leaves, everybody, or giant steps. I'm just kidding. So I would actually do this. I would actually, you gotta have to learn how to play different devices in jazz. So one thing I would do if I'm doing an arpeggio, let's say I'm going C minor to F7 to B flat major 7 in Autumn Leaves. I would actually do things. I would do more than just the arpeggio. I would go I could actually do half steps. Well, now what happens is I'm playing real simple right now, but I would actually start doing passing tones and approach notes like this. I did an approach note. So I'm actually playing a half step below. But it still sounds like an exercise, doesn't it? So what we have to learn with jazz, you have to start learning jazz lines. So I mean, I can't just play like a half step below or just an arpeggio. I would go like something like this. So what I'm doing is actually I'm doing a bunch of different things. Like I'll play the note up in thirds or something, or maybe do a passing tone, which is really important in jazz. So I'm passing. I'll be playing between the whole sets. So now I'm starting to use really jazz phrasing. What I'm doing is I'm actually combining the arpeggios with passing tones, um, thirds, all kinds of different techniques. But I learned all this from learning solos and playing many gigs and using trial and error. So trial and error is basically you're experimenting with different different techniques that you learn from playing on gigs. So I mean, I'll try different scales. I mean, there's so many things you can actually do with jazz, but I use passing tones instead. So if I'm playing on C minor, I can use a Dorian scale, and I have lines that I have worked out too. That means these are lines that I practiced for years and years and years, and I play them. Now, those are things I kind of know from playing for a long time that I know work. So I'm just doing an arpeggio. This is actually a type of 2/5 lick we call it. This is a 2/5 progression, C minor 7 to F7. So I'm actually doing. There's a lot of these licks called a 2/5 lick. You probably heard of it. I'll go. So this is like a type of 2/5 lick that I have worked out in my solo, and I can play it slow. Or I can go. So I'll play it fast. You have to have it worked out at different tempos. You could throw them all in actually, and just fit them in. I mean, it's just a lot of practice and trial and error. So that's how I approach different arpeggios. Let me see what some of these questions are. There's a lot of questions coming up here. Oh, Ellen's watching. Hey, Ellen, and Alon from Amsalah, Israel. Hi from Israel. Okay, let me see. So let me ask you some questions. So I asked her Adam's question. Burke, Mr. Jackson, I have one small question. How can I improve my transcribing by ear? Where should I start? Okay, Barak, Bayaki. You guys have some really difficult names today. What is this? So when you're transcribing, what you do, for a person, first pick a song that that might have some music, so you can figure out at least what the chords are. But if you don't have any chords, you have to. One of the best things to do is actually try to find the note, find the key that you're playing in. Now, if you're doing it by ear, I'm using my computer unfortunately today, but I would try to show you. Let me get my phone here. Let me get my phone. Let's say I pick a song, any song, like off. Let me just pick any random song right now, guys, and live from you. That let's pick a pop song. Now you could be a jazz song too. Let's say you're trying to transcribe something like a solo. So let me go to YouTube right now and pick let me see. Let me pick John Coltrane or somebody. I don't know. John Coltrane. So I'm going to try to show you how I start transcribing using my guitar. So John Coltrane, I'll just pick one solo from him, something like anything. I don't want to pick something too easy. None of his stuff is easy, but let's say I pick a song. So I try to find the key I'm in first. You got to do that. You got to find the right note. Okay, so they're playing. Let's pick like John Coltrane, something else, like a song list here. Blue Train. So this is a typical jazz song. So let's say So he starts his solo off. So I know this is a blues in B flat. No, it's in B flat, E flat. You got to find the right key. So when he starts taking a solo, you got to find the right note that he's playing at the very beginning. Okay, and so that's taking off music. Let me see if I can start the beginning of this. Okay, so he doesn't look like. So there's a lot of licks I know from hearing them. So that lick he just played right now. Let me see if I can go back a little bit. I know it's an E flat 7 chord, so I know what scale he's playing. So that note, so I know that's a second. So you have to know your intervals as well. You know, I mean, I'm trying to cram this into like a few minutes, but this is like a lot of practice actually learning how to transcribe. So you got to be able to hear intervals and be able to find them on your instrument if you don't have perfect pitch. And then the whole different story is to be able to write this down. See, I know how to write these things down too. I used to transcribe a lot when I was at Berkeley. So he starts off with like the second of the chord. And you can hear him play that note right now. Let me play it. Do-da-do-do-do. You try to sing back. He just did that in his solo, John Coltrane. And you have to pick out every note and try to find them on your instrument and make sure you're in tune and try to find chords, you know, songs with the chords you already know. So at least you know how to find, you know, you could try to find the scale and the key you're in. Now, and just takes a lot of practice and trial and error. Now, none of this stuff is easy. You know what I mean? It takes a lot of hours of practice. And I need to do this stuff still too and practice. So transcribing is a whole world. So you could either write it down or play it back like Wes Montgomery did all of Charlie Christian solos, and Pat Metheny did of all Wes Montgomery solos when he was a kid. So I heard, and so you could actually do that yourself, you know. But you have to. It takes a lot of time and a lot of effort. Now let me see here. Let me keep going here. Have you ever heard of Maurice Williams and the Zodiacs? I don't know these guys. Sorry. One former member sang at my wedding. Okay, great. I don't know these guys, David. Where are you from, bro? I'm a lefty player. Oh, sorry about that. I'm not a lefty player. Just so you know, I think that YouTube is transmitting me the other way. It should be. I'm a righty, so this is wrong here. So, so just in case you guys, you know, are kind of confused about this, I'm a righty. Okay, so I'm in New York. Okay, so David, just so you know, so let me go down to these questions here. I've been to Montreal, but I've never played at the festival though. I've played up there before, but not at a festival. I played up there with Jay's Bud Ulmer and some other people. I can play rock and some blues. I'm trying to learn some jazz. Cool. You're welcome, Adam. So my last name means a person with a huge beard. Okay. Yeah. Also, Adam asked me if you're transcribing, is slowing down cheating? No. Because if you know what's really interesting is it's hard to hear the notes when it's going by fast. So it's okay to slow it down. Actually, at the time when I was trying to learn how to transcribe, you couldn't do that. When you slowed it down, everything slowed down at the pitch and everything. But now with digital technology, you can actually slow things down and not even notice that, you know, not even change the pitch. So let me get some water here. So that's a great question. You can do that. Now, hey, Ron, what's your best tip to be able to play? This is from Bert Clifton. What's the best tip to be able to play an interesting improvisation with major modes and not just make it sound like it's up and down the scale? Okay, yeah. So what I was explaining before, let's say we take let's go to a different key. Let's go to A flat. So if I'm playing an A flat major scale, let's say, because there's 6, 7 modes in the major scale. Let's just say you're playing just a major scale. You can do different things. You can run up the scale in seconds. That's just one note at a time. Then you can do thirds. Then you can do thirds as arpeggios. And backwards, etc. You know what I mean? And then you can do sevens. That's 4 notes in thirds. Now you can do this in any mode. And then you can do, there's all kinds of things you could do. You can start using approach notes. Now I have a bunch of videos on YouTube here with all these different techniques, you know, and one thing you could actually do is you can play approach notes. And approach notes, basically, you approach a chord tone with a note, like half step below, or half step above, or 2 steps from below, or 2 steps from above. So if I want to play a half step sequence, I can go up the scale like this. I'm starting with the first note only, and I'm doing thirds instead. Now I'm just going up, you know, just 1 note. I could do 2 notes. I mean, you know, you could do so many different things with your imagination too. You know, you just don't have, to listen to what I'm saying. You can do the half steps and make up your own half steps. You can go backwards. I could do triads and do that. Now, I mean, we talked about running up and down the scale. Also, you can use fourths, fifths, 6, 7s, etc. Go up and down the neck, every key, every possible fingering. Also, what we start using in jazz is a lot of what we call bebop scales. So we use passing tones between the whole sets. Remember the major scale? Let's go to the key of F now. If I played it on 1 string, between this note and this note is it's actually a note in between. So we could do passing tones in between. Now the half step, then whole step. So I'm doing passing tones in between. So when I'm taking solos, I use those scales a lot. I'll go like. So, and I'm using passing tones and half steps and approach notes, okay? So there's so many techniques you can use to actually not just run your scales up and down. Okay, someone's saying, nice guitar. Yeah, this is actually actually Eastman TV T49D/V amber guitar that I got from Eastman directly. Now, if you want to, if you're interested in these kind of guitars, you can actually go to my. I actually have a store on Amazon. I'm an Amazon influencer, and you can check out my guitars on the store there. Where is that? I can't find the sheet right now. Oh, it's this one. You can go to my Amazon store and check out my guitars there. Amazon.com/shop/Ron Jackson Music, and check out my store. And I have a bunch of guitars. There's Eastman guitars, all kinds of stuff. I have to update the store actually. And so let me see this. Let me see this on the question. I'm taking questions today, guys, everybody, and let me know. Yeah, I'm in New York City. It's not cherry red, guys. It's like this is similar to an ES-175, a Gibson. Okay, just so you guys know. Let me see. There's any other questions that you want to? Maurice Williams wrote "Little Darling." Oh wow, okay, cool. Okay, so Dionysios asked, can you explain the 2/5 and what the meaning behind it? Okay, so the 2/5. So let's say you're in the key of G this time. So the 1 chord, or the 1 chord in this case is a 1 major 7, a G major 7. Then the 6 is E minor 7, and the 2 is A minor 7, to the 5/7 in this key. So it's A minor 7 to D7. Okay. So this is called the 2/5 right here because that's the in the scale. It's the second degree. So it's 1, 2, A minor in this key. 3, 4, 5 is the D7. So 2/5s are very common chords because they resolve. They can resolve back to the 1, or they can just stay there. So what we do is we usually do these 2/5 phrases. So they can be arpeggios that do the chord like this: A minor arpeggio, A minor 7 arpeggio, to D7 arpeggio. And now if I'm going 2/5 and it goes back to 1, I'd have to resolve that lick. So that's called a 2/5 lick. So that's a lick that you would use on these kind of progressions like this. This is a really basic lick too. I'm only playing like arpeggios. And you know, and they go every 2 beats. 1, 2, 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 1, and 2, and 3. Now that's a great lick. If you don't know how to play over that chord progression, you could just play that everywhere. Every fingering. So I'm just experimenting how to play that lick. So that's called a 2/5 lick, and that's a very common phrase to see in jazz, to play in jazz. So when I'm playing, I'll go like everywhere. I have a bunch of these 2/5 licks. Oh, this one. See, I just did a bunch of the 2/5 licks. Now, 2/5 licks are very important because if you're playing through a song, the song will have a lot of 2/5 chord progressions in them. You know, let's say this. I mean, you know, like I Got Rhythm has a lot of 2/5s. So I'm doing D minor 7, D minor 7, G7, C minor 7. So I'll just run a lick like that, like this. Etc. You know, it's just a really easy lick to get through the changes, and that's used on a 2/5 progression. So I'll mix those licks up like this. So I'm just doing a bunch of 2/5 licks through that quick progression like this. So that's what the 2/5 is. So okay, any other questions, people? Let me see. I see some more lessons. I see some more questions. Oh, so someone's asking about 7-string comping. Can you play Take 5? Okay, there's a few questions here. Similar guitar to a Gretsch. Yeah. So let me take a little sip of my coffee. So what gauge strings do I use? So this is actually, this guitar, you know, can't really take heavy strings. So I have 12s on here. You know, it depends on the guitar. I have my 7-string. I have, just so you guys are always scared when I say this, I have 14s on top. I call that the man string. So these are 14. So when I play that guitar, I use a thinner pick. On this one, I use a heavy pick because the strings are heavier. So these are 14 on top and 79 for the 7-string. Okay. And I can bend these. So I can bend these strings too, actually. So, you know, I'm actually used to playing heavier strings than lighter ones. The lighter ones are too light to me. And I have my action has to be a little bit higher because guitars aren't meant to be played with low action actually, and really thin strings. You're supposed to have heavier strings. My guitar teacher, one of my guitar teachers, one of my mentors, who passed away about 10 years ago, named Elvin Sparks, he didn't make me, suggested that I switch from 13s to 14s, and people like George Benson use those kind of heavier strings. You can't, don't, because when you play thinner strings, you sacrifice sound. Okay. So it's important to, be able to do that, to be able to switch between those kinds of sounds. So let me go to the next one. Play take 5. Oh yeah. Okay, I haven't played that in a long time. Now the sound of this neck pickup is amazing. Oh, thank you. Hold on. Oh yeah, these are Seymour Duncan pickups. I actually have an endorsement with Seymour Duncan. So this is a Benedetto 7-string pickup that's made by Seymour Duncan. And these come stock on here, but I actually have a Seymour Duncan endorsement, and I have a ton of their pickups on all my guitars. So this is a great sounding pickup. These cost about $200, I think. And these probably 150. I'm not quite sure. I didn't pay for them. But they're great pickups. Okay. Oh, now someone has questions about finger picking. Oh, 7-string comping, before I forget. Adam asked about any 7-string comping. Are there any shell voicings you would like to use? So, Adam, the best thing to do is if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I'm going to write this in right now. It's on my page here. I have like a couple lessons that cost $2, etc. That have that have typical voicings. But when you're doing 7-string, I'm using a low A, so because that's the way George Van Epps and I studied with Bucky Pizzarelli. That's how George Van Epps tuned his guitar. So I have some exercises that cost a couple dollars on my website that are downloadable printables, and all the basic open string chords like this, like a C with a low C, A minor. Now when you're using a 7-string, I like to make sure I use the 7-string as much as I can in the voicing. I'll go like this. So that's a common voicing for a C bar chord, 3rd fret. A form, it's a cage system like this. C minor, major 7ths, minor 7, minor 6, minor 7 flat 5s, diminished. See that? So these are very common chords like that with the 7-string, and you can use them as bass notes too. Like, let's say I'm playing a C F chord, and I want to play like a low note, like a I could do little things like that. Put the inversions on the 7-string. So I have a bunch of those exercises and comping things on my website if you want to learn more about that. Okay, on the 7-string. If you want to study with me too as well. Now finger picking. Finger picking is really good. Let's say, I just released a video last night, a live video about finger, picking styles. So I use a bunch of picking styles. I use alternate picking, so which is down and up, and I use a George Benson picking technique where I'm kind of slightly turning my wrist up this way. Okay, so you can pick the string straight like this, or slightly up like this at an angle, or this angle, more like Pat Metheny does and some other people I know. So I go like this, okay, and I pick up the up angle. Okay, now I like to use hybrid picking, which is I use my pick and my fingers, so, especially when I'm comping or doing some kind of like bossa nova rhythm. Or when I'm walking a bass line. So, and I'm also doing tapping with my fingers. So then when I do fingerstyle, one good way to learn fingerstyle guitar playing is study classical. I used to study classical guitar. You know, little exercises. I'm using my 7th string right now. Now, when I do fingerstyle, there's all kinds of exercises in these classical books. Different. I mean, so you have to practice these exercises and then learn them how to use them in songs. There's tons of ways to actually fingerstyle guitar pick, and that's just classical. And you could do like little, you know, more like Chet Atkins kind of stuff like I do. So that's more fingerstyle playing. Like there's a Travis picking style and all that kind of stuff that I need to be more familiar with myself. I need to practice. So there's all kinds of stuff you can do finger picking. And you can do, if you're doing classical, you use your nails. So that's a whole different world too. And flamenco and all that other stuff. One of my good friends who's a great flamenco guitar player, he super glues his fingernails so they don't break and all kinds of crazy stuff. So it's a whole different world that I don't want to get into because too much effort to keep your nails up. Let me see some other questions here. Have you ever played any metal music? I played a little bit of metal music, and I love that stuff actually. But I've never really tried to use it. You know, I like the progressive rock guys like Toshi Nabatsu. He's a bad dude. Now, I'm trying to get people to play 7-string. So if you want to learn about 7-string, you know, let me know. Also, if you want to get the chords, someone's reminding me about something here. Let me get this book. I have this book right here that I saw on my website that is through my Acoustic Guitar magazine. You know, I write for them, and it's called Chords at Your Fingertips. It's all Hal Leonard. And you can pick up that book on my website at www.ronjacksonmusic. I'll send you an autographed copy. It has all kinds of stuff about chords, about bass lines that I did in here. There's some great writers in here too that did the book with me. You know that are in there too. You know, like Adam Levy and Sean McGowan. It's a really great book, and it comes with audio and everything, and you can learn how to play all kinds of bass lines and chords and stuff. You know. Now let me see. The man string. Yep. Yeah, the man string, guys. Oh, someone's asking me, well, Biryani from Pakistan. Yes. Biryani. Now, let me see. Someone just asked me, DNS said, have you played? I used to play 13s. I actually have a pack here. So the strings I use right now are these, guys. These are jazz tapes. You see they're 13, and they're 14 to 79 for my guitar, for my 7-string. Then when I deal with Elixir, and Elixir, these are the 7-string light. These are 10s. I use them on my solid body 7-string PRS. I have the 11s actually too, and I have these other strings too. Let me see. I use the George Benson ones from Tomastic. I have a deal with these guys too. I have an endorsement with Tomastic, and they give me the George Benson ones. Now the George Benson strings are great. These are flat wounds. These are 14 on top. The man string, and these are pretty thick strings. But this is what George uses. You know, that's why he has that great sound. He has those nice thick strings. You know, and so these are 14 to 55 flat wounds. Nickel flat wound, it says. They're great strings, you know, but I use them on, that's just for my 6-string guitar. But I don't have a big 6-string box like I used to. I used to have a big Gibson L5, but I don't have one now. I sold it, but I use primarily a 7th string like this. So so those are the strings I use. Let me see. Now let me see. There's some other questions here. Let me keep going down here. You're welcome. You're welcome, Alon. For that's what this is workshops about. And now, if you really enjoy what I'm doing, please definitely let me show you a couple of my signs here before I finish. This is a Patreon only workshop, and let me show you my little sign here. Yeah, so this is sponsored by my Patreon account. If you like this, please definitely join my Patreon account, which is at www.patreon.com/RonJacksonMusic, and you get lessons like that. For $3 a month, you get like one lesson, and for $9, you get like 3 or 4 lessons a month for free, and you get the workshops and stuff like that, and all kinds of other cool things. And here's the thing: some of the stuff I talk about, the picking exercises, chords, all of that's on my website, and it's sold as sheet music for a couple of dollars. If you want to pick up those things, it's all on here on the link. I'm going to put that at the end. Okay. Now, polishing strings. So someone's asking me, play some nice old American blues for us. Okay, someone asked me to play some nice old American blues. Let me see. Let me try something. Oh, too many jazz licks. So that's a little bit of blues. Now, so some arpeggios with sweeping licks. Oh, sure. So you could do things like that. You could do things like that. Sweeping arpeggio licks like this. Or the. So I'm doing a half step below these arpeggios. Someone was asking about doing sweeping arpeggios with approach notes. With an approach note below, you can go like this. I'll take like a B minor arpeggio and go down the scale in the key of let's do the key of D. Change the keys up. So I can go like this. G. I'll go from the G down the scale like this. I can go like this. So I'm going half step below. So I gotta do it slow. See what I'm doing? I'm trying to play in the same string and go up and down the neck. Now you can try to go across too, like this. So I'm doing half step. So I'm going sweeping up and sweeping back down. Etc. So that's a type of sweeping lick you could do. What do you think of John Mayer? My first chord I learned by watching was E minor, A minor, G. Played it for 3 hours. Okay, that's great to know. So, everybody, I was answering a lot of questions here. So just so you know, thank you for watching. This was actually a Patreon only video that was supposed to be for only my patrons. But someone's asking about what in the wee small hour morning, John Mayer, Dave Letterman, most underrated performance. Oh, okay, that's great to know, Duryev. So, can you do some Chuck Berry things? Oh yeah, of course I can. I used to play Chuck Berry. Let me see. So yes, I can play some Chuck Berry. I can play a lot of stuff, but I just play mostly. When I get paid to do other stuff, I'll play it. But most of the stuff I do my jazz stuff. And if you guys are enjoying this, please definitely follow me everywhere. Follow me on TikTok, YouTube, Instagram, Twitter. I mean, I'm everywhere. Facebook. It's Ron Jackson Music is my tag. Please play some John Mayer if you know. I don't know any John Mayer tunes, unfortunately. Sorry. I should learn his stuff. I love John Mayer. Wes Montgomery thing to give us a kick. Oh, Wes Montgomery. They call me Les Montgomery, guys. Also, guys, if you're enjoying the show, I mean, I'll have this on my YouTube. But if you want to donate $1 or more, that would be great. To my PayPal, Ron Jackson Music. If you want to give a small donation for what you saw today, at Ron Jackson Music at Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App, and Zelle is ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. So if you're enjoying this and you learn a lot of cool tips, please send a donation. Thank you. And I'll put that in my comments after. So let me see. Oh, you're making a Patreon. That's great. Great. It's a great thing. I'm getting a bunch of patrons now. I appreciate you guys, and I appreciate you guys watching. And so I'm going to put this on my comments right now. And then I'm going to play you one more song, guys. We're going to play a little Wes Montgomery. I got to go and eat lunch now. So I'm going to send you this little comment here. So my PayPal, Venmo, Cash App is Ron Jackson Music, so you have that. So let me play you a little bit of Wes Montgomery. Someone wanted to play something like that. Let me try it on my 7 string. This should be interesting. 7 string. Okay. So everybody, thank you very much for watching. So that was my Patreon only live lesson that I had to make public because we had a problem with the link. So thank you for watching. Thank you, Deborah, for sending something on PayPal. At Ron Jackson Music, and remember to please follow me if you want to donate or anything, or join my Patreon or pick up my books. My latest album is right here. I'm about to record another album soon, and you can pick that up on my website too, Ron Jackson Music at www.ronjacksonmusic.com. And this is a great record. It had great reviews on Downbeat, and I had I was featured in Jazz Times with this album, Standards and Other Songs. I'm going to be doing another album very soon. So please follow me. Everything's on my website. If you want to get sheet music or if you want to study with me. Thank you for watching, everybody, and let's keep in touch. And you can watch this live stream after it's going to be replaying. And and someone said play some fast arpeggios. Let me see. I'll play some fast arpeggios real quick on the 7th string. Oh, let me see. Watch this. No, a fast arpeggio. I'll do this. I'll do a sweep picking thing. Hold on, real quick. I got to eat too. Let me see. So a real fast one I could do is like this one. Okay, that's crazy. Do you have any printed lessons you want to learn on your own? Oh, yes. So if you go to my website, ronjacksonmusic.com, I have printed lessons over there. ronjacksonmusic.com. Let me write that in. ronjacksonmusic.com, and go under the store, and you can get printed lessons if you want to learn anything about that. Okay, about some of these things I'm showing you right now. 40 ounces of polyphony. There's so many songs I need to learn. Drew Roof. I can never say your name. Everybody has hard names today. Sweep picking is crazy. I've been working on sweep picking. I still need to work on that stuff. But we can talk more about that. I need to practice. It's kind of weird on the 7th string. So I'm actually just doing a lot of sweeping stuff. Oh, Drew, thank you. I was transcribing your song, Mr. Evans. I was trying to figure out some of the theory behind it. Oh, wow, thank you. Kobe was transcribing something off one of these albums right here. I got this album right here. He was transcribing something off my Dream I Had record. And that song was dedicated. The song he's talking about is called To Mr. Evans. And that song, I've got a, if you want to email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com, I could talk to you about the harmony. It's been a while since I've looked at that song. It's been a while. I wrote that song quite a while ago. So that's a great little song. And it was actually some of the harmonies that Bill Evans used in his piano playing, because he was one of my first heroes when I started getting to jazz when I was at Berkeley when I was about 18 years old. So, we could talk more about that later. But that's a great question. Thank you, Drew. I'll check that out. There's so many things to check out. I'm going to screenshot some of these comments and questions. And, I don't know if I got to everybody, but I tried to get to everybody as possibly can. So thank you, everybody. Is there any last questions before I leave? Because I'm going to take some screenshots right now. Yeah, send an email, ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. Follow me at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. Okay. Yes. No problem. I'm overloaded now. I'm so hungry now after talking to you guys for all this time. I've been on here for over an hour now, and again, thank you. Thanks for the for watching. Please support me. Support artists who are stuck inside right now until the pandemic's over, and and follow me everywhere. Share my stuff with all your friends. Okay. Tell your friends to go to my website, check out my music, join my Patreon, and send a donation at Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Venmo, and Cash App. And that's it. And I appreciate you guys. And and I hope I'm helping you somehow. I got to practice the stuff I'm showing you too, because I need to practice. I still have a lot of work to do, and I feel like I don't practice enough these days. So I'm going to be working on a new album, everybody. And so you can look on the link here. Biker Chick just put up like my my printables for some of my lessons. I started posting all that stuff. It's available on Instagram and Facebook and on my website. It kind of cross posts all that stuff. So there's a lot of stuff. The most important thing, it's great to watch me do these videos, but the best thing to do is have a real teacher, like I've had. Always have a real teacher to show you what you're doing right and what you're doing wrong and what you can improve. And also always record yourself, because the recording yourself, videotaping, or you're recording in the studio or at home, the tape never lies. So when you listen to yourself back, you can hear everything that's wrong, right, and where you can improve. Okay. So thank you very much for watching me. Let's keep in touch. And, I really appreciate you guys. And I'll be doing more lives. I'll be doing live, 2 or 3 or 4 times a week on YouTube, particularly, because I need to do that more. Are you learning right now, taking lessons, Ron? Oh, yeah. So just so you guys know, yes, I'm taking lessons with a drummer. So about rhythms. Okay, so he's having me sing, tapping my foot in different ways, singing each beat, and subdividing them into 1 and 2 and 3 and, or 1 and 2 and 3, or 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and while I'm playing. So I'm really trying to get my rhythm together, which I feel like I need to work on the most. So there's a lot of stuff to work on, man. It's never ending. So keep in touch. Tomorrow night I have my show called Sunday Evening Jazz on Instagram. That's live, and I have a couple of great special guests. No, I'm not. Tomorrow night, sorry, it's solo 7-string guitar on Sunday Evening Jazz. So check me out on Instagram at Ron Jackson Music. And if you have any questions, please email me at ronjacksonmusic@gmail.com. And you could reach me on Instagram everywhere at the same places. Okay, and we'll see you guys soon. Okay, thank you, and have a great day. And no problem, guys. It was really fun. Okay, have a great day. Bye-bye. Oh, yeah? Yeah. Wow. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson on YouTube. I'm doing like an impromptu video on how to practice and how I practice. You can see me practice and how I warm up, what I usually do. Trying to get the background good. I'm gonna go live now also on TikTok and on Instagram. So everybody, just so you know, I wanted to go live when I'm practicing a little bit, so you can see how I actually practice and what I do. Now, what's interesting is if you have any questions, please let me know. This is kind of an interesting live that I'm doing because I usually do lives, and I'm actually what's the word? I'm actually just performing for you, but you never see me practicing or doing some what normal people do when they're at home, like just playing, trying to learn new things. When I'm practicing, actually, and everybody should know this, I'm always I'm trying to make sure I practice things I don't know how to do at all. I play. This is a 7-string guitar, okay, and what's happening is like I'm still learning how to use the 7th string, which is the lowest string here, okay. So the 7th string is like really, to add it to my playing and my soloing is a whole different world. So that's one thing I like to practice when I start warming up. Try to incorporate it in arpeggios. So this is like a practice session. Me practicing, actually. I haven't touched the guitar all day. I was trying to touch it earlier. I got up like around 9:30. I was doing all kinds of business and whatever. That's what happens when you're a musician. So I wanted to do something really different for a live stream for once. And I'm actually streaming to 3 different places, everybody. I'm streaming to my TikTok fans, YouTube, and Instagram. And I have a lot of fans on everything now. I just got past 10,000 subscribers on YouTube. I appreciate that, you guys. On YouTube, I'm going to be doing longer videos. This is going to be a longer video, so you can watch the playback about this. And if you have any questions, please send me some questions. Okay. Can you play Minor Swing by Django Reinhardt? Already someone asked me a question. Could you do the hardest skill you know? See, that's some TikTok people for me. That's pretty funny. So when I start warming up first, guys, everybody, I mean, I usually practice with a metronome a lot, and I've been taking drum lessons recently to help my timing. My metronome is actually on my phone right now, and I don't have an old one. So I'll usually warm up and do a little tremolo like this with my pick. You see that? Just get warmed up. My arm's kind of stiff right now, believe it or not. So I'll do the tremolo and warm up with the dynamics. Play it soft, loud, fast as possible. This is a warm up. Because remember, this is my practice session. Now, if you have any questions, let me know. Someone say, yo, can I play the hardest scale I know? Ooh. Do I know any hard scales? All the scales are hard, I think. So this is just warming up my right hand, my picking hand, everybody. Now play the 7th string. Now you notice I'm actually going to be, I'm using the George Benson picking technique, which is like a sideways kind of picking, like this. If you look carefully, my pick is not straight, so I'm going like this. So when I'm playing, you can only do that on flat wound strings. So my guitar has flat wound strings, my 7th string, okay? All 6 strings except for the low A. I tune to low A's. E, E, A, D, G, B, E. And it's a low A. So there is a wound string. So I can't go sideways on that when I'm picking. I have to go straight. So I have to adjust. You hear the difference? You hear the difference? So there's a lot of questions you guys are asking already. Can't see my pick? Here it is. I use different kinds of picks, everybody, just so you know. I have these Jim Dunlop picks. Also, I use these Pig World picks. They're like this, so you can see that. Okay, they're kind of cool. They're made out of Delrin as well. Different kind of Delrin. It's a little heavier than I'm used to, but these are pretty heavy picks, actually. These are really good. So when I'm warming up, so that's one warm up I do. The tremolo warm up, and I actually have on my TikTok for people on TikTok, and actually on it's also on my Instagram and my YouTube. That's one warm up I do, and then I do this exercise I learned from Steve Vai. Like when he was in college, he used to write for Berkeley, for Guitar Player magazine. When I was in college, I stole this warm up. So it's with your left hand. So I'm just practicing. I'm warming up and practicing for you guys. This is just a warm up. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 exercise. But what happens is I'll do it on the 7th string because I have my 7th string because I want to practice the 7th string as much as possible. I'll go, and then I'm going to go 2, 3, 4, 1, then switch it 3, 4, 1, 2, then 4, 1, 2, 3. So that's the pattern I'm doing to warm up. Now, I mean, you have to do this slow to get used to it first. Oh. I learned this from Steve Vai. He's a great guitar player, that guy. Now, you see, when I place my fingers, I keep them close. I'm warming up, and I'm practicing for you guys today, just so you see how I practice. See, I'm going up the 7th string. So that's a good warm up. Remember to practice slow. Use a metronome. I don't have a metronome right now because I'm actually it's on my phone and actually on my computer. I'm using 3 devices to stream to right now: TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. So please follow me if you don't already. Actually, just in case, okay? So let me see. I'm just going to see if I can answer a couple of questions here. Someone was asking me what kind of guitar is this. This is an Eastman. I can never remember the name. It's an Eastman 7 string. It's an AR 810 CE 7 string, okay? And if you want to get the 7 string and study with me, please, let me know, and I'll do that for you. Now, this is really an impromptu, how I practice kind of workshop. Let me see if I can answer a question. Are there any neo jazz guitar players that you hold high respect? Who's that guy? I got to think about some neo soul guitar players. This is guy. What's his name? Sparky or something. Anyway, one of those guys is great. A lot of those guys are great. So, hello from Cincinnati. Hey, Cincinnati. That's great. I just did an interview with the great Dan Wilson from Akron over there, on my Sunday evening jazz. Someone was asking about giant steps. We'll get to that stuff later maybe. I'm just warming up, so I'm practicing. So that's an exercise I do that I actually do. Remember, when you practice, always practice things you cannot do. So this is a warm-up. This is actually a warm-up that I can do, but it's not easy because I have to think about it. Plus, I'm playing 7 string. The 7 string I'm not as good with as the 6 string. But so I'm going to go backwards this time. So this other warm-up, when I warm up for practicing, I haven't touched the guitar all day. It's going 4, 2, 3, 1. And what I do is you place all your fingers down like that. Then I'm going to switch. 4, 3, 2, 1, 3, 2, 1, 4, 2, 1, 3, 4. Then 1, 3. I want 1, 4, 3, 2. Wow. So it's like this. Then I go up the neck. Then I keep going up the neck like that. It's a great warm-up. So what I'm doing is it's kind of hard to talk and play and concentrate, but that's a good warm-up for me to do. I do slow. Oh, whoop. Etc. Okay, that's a really great warm up. So this is something I learned from Steve Vai, the amazing guitar player that did everything with Frank Zappa up to wherever. So that's a great warm up. So remember, I'm practicing things as a warm up and things I can't do very easily. So another thing I've been working on recently, I've been working a lot. I learn a lot from my students. So what happens is a lot of times I'll be doing a workshop and they'll be asking me all these crazy questions like play giant steps or whatever. Let me see. Someone's asking me, is there guitar players that that don't play jazz I respect? Oh, I just said Steve Vai, Frank Zappa, Eddie Van Halen. There's a lot of great guitar players I like. Okay, let me see what other questions there are here. I was trying not to make this a question and answer kind of thing, but there's all kinds of guitar players I love, man. That don't play jazz. Tons, all kinds of. Someone was talking about the guitar player from Avenged Sevenfold. What's his name? Some kind of weird name, but I checked him out. He's great. There's all kinds of great guitar players I like that aren't jazz. So anyway, another thing I like to do is I'm practicing scales right now. I use one of the things I like to do is I'm trying to learn 7-string. So I like to do like a lot of exercises that I can't do on the 7-string. Like I'm very good at doing arpeggios like this, 3 octaves. That's an E minor arpeggio. Okay, now that's out for a 6-string. But if I want to add the 7-string, I got to go E, B. Because I have a low A, so people don't know what I'm playing. So I'll add that note in there. So then if I'm going to play major, so I work a lot of like strange, arpeggios like that. They're not strange. These are just real basic things. And I'll transpose them. So I'll go up another half step, F minor. Like that. It's hard to practice in front of people, actually. So if I'm going to play that on 7-string, I got to go. Okay. And then, so I'm doing this from the root position of the 6-string. Now, when I'm playing the 7-string, it gets tricky. But then I'm trying to learn how to play the fifth position, or the 5th string root. Voicing for these. Well, actually, the chords for this. So what's really hard is, I learned this from one of my students years ago. I have all these exercises. See, I'm a kind of a bookworm, so I have all kinds of exercises that I use like this. You see that? And this is like an arpeggio. These great arpeggios that I got from a student that he got from somebody years ago, and I've still been working on these things. And these are things I can't do. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Everybody's looking from over there on my computer's over there. So with YouTube. So these are things I can't do. Well, I can do some of these, but some of the arpeggios I can do are like this. Let me take my 6-string guitar now so you can see. So I practice the 6-string too. Some things I can't do on the 6-string. So I have another one. This is my other Eastman, and I use a different pick for this because I use heavy string. Okay. Someone said play some gypsy jazz. So I was just doing a little bit of a minor swing. So anyway, I was just messing around there. The 6-string is much easier to play than the 7-string, just so you know, because my strings here are much lighter. The 7-string, I have 12s on the top here, and I don't know what the low note is. These are all flat wounds, and my 7th string have 14 on top to a 79 on the low A string. Okay, so that's kind of interesting. Okay, so what's happening is this. So when I'm doing those arpeggios, they're different on the 6th string now. So I'm doing the E minor arpeggio was like this. So that's kind of easy on the 6th string. Okay, because first I don't have that 7th string to get in my way when I play. So I'll be practicing these exercises like this, going up in half set. Go up in half set. Etc. Etc. I mean, you should do them slower than I'm doing. But the ones that I don't know as well, I'm still getting warmed up here, is the ones that go like this. So if I'm playing a C major arpeggio, starting on the 5th, so I'm going to add that note there, the 5th string root, but I'm going to have to go from the 5th to the 6th string to get the full arpeggio. With the low note, I would go. Now this is not a full. This is actually a full 2 octaves from the 5th note of the C arpeggio. Now there's a certain fingering that's written out in this book. You have to go like this. I'm going like this. So this is one I don't know as well. The goal is to be able to play this in different keys. Oops. See, I don't know that. When you're practicing, it should not sound good, because that's what practice is all about. When you're playing, it should sound good, but when you're practicing, you're not. So I'm actually doing a practice session for you guys. So these are things I don't know how to do as well. So I'm doing a B arpeggio, but this B arpeggio is actually 3 octaves from the 5th. So this is the B, and the 5th is F sharp here. Okay, so when I'm playing that, I'm going. Okay, there's another octave. Another octave. So those are the octaves. So that's 3 octaves, okay, all together. And I'm doing that up and down the fingerboard. Oh, Joe. I went to B for a second. I'm in B flat now. Okay, now these exercises my student gave me a long time ago are in minor as well, so I'll be practicing that in minor. So I'll go like this. So I'm in C back to C minor. See, these are the things I practice that I don't know how to do, and you should be able to do that yourself. Let me see some of the questions here. Oh yeah, okay. Let me answer. Devontae. Oh, Devontae. I think I talked to him earlier. Someone on YouTube is watching my live stream right now. Can you teach us how to approach jazz reharmonization? Oh, okay. So this is like a practice warm up, but I have actually, guys. So just so you know, Jose, Leah, this is on YouTube. Jose, you can just go to my YouTube channel. I have a section about reharmonization there already. Okay. Do you know the 3-note per string scale? What do you prefer for major scale and others? K system or 3 NPS? What is 3 NPS? I don't know what that means, but let me see. I'm going to answer a question by Mefco 96. Now the 3-note per string scale, I guess, is something like this. Let's say I play G major scale. Like, you can do it that way. So G. And you know what's really good about that? So that's really kind of 3 notes per scale is actually for a scale is pretty easy. But when I'm playing major scales or any scale, when I'm especially when I'm improvising, and this is a practice session. I'm not even like doing any songs right now. I'm just doing scales, doing runs that I do when I practice. Now you could actually, you could play 3 notes per scale, but the most important thing about playing through a scale is this: you should be able to go play through the neck without getting lost. And one good exercise I like to use when I'm playing through chord changes is doing this thing called the continuous scale exercise, where like the chords are going through the whole song, but you can change your scale without stopping. So I don't know if I can. I don't have my backing track with me, but if I'm playing a song like if I'm playing like a song like "There Will Never Be Another You," if I'm playing this solo through it, I'll be going. So what I just basically just did was I'm just playing through the song without stopping. It's like kind of an exercise to see that you actually know your scales. So when I'm playing through a song with a lot of chords, and when you're soloing too, you should be able to hear. People should be able to hear the chords through your solo. You should be able to outline the harmony somehow in your soloing. What I'm just basically doing, I'm just playing through the changes, all the kind of jazz lines I know. Okay, but it's a scale exercise. I would just go 1, 2, 3, 4. This is doing another video. So what I'm doing, I'm just playing the scale through the chords, like it's quarter notes. So there's all kinds of things you could do to play your scales and your major scales. But the fingering that he talked about, things like that. Do you practice bebop and bebop-like phrasing? Of course, all the time. I play mostly bebop guitar, actually. So yeah, I practice mostly bebop phrasing. I have a lot of exercises. Actually, I put a post on YouTube about the bebop scale. There's quite a few posts, and I study it all the time. So one of the things I like to do too is I need to, I'm always learning new tunes. So one of the things I work on a lot is like fingerings for bebop melodies. So I try to experiment. Like I used to play Donna Lee like this, like this. Okay, and that fingering is not very good. I've been doing that fingering for years. So when I started doing it, I started changing the fingering on that. So I have to relearn the melody because you got to get it up to tempo. So one thing I like to do is, one thing I did, I just started going. I decided to do that fingering instead, just because it's easier to lay on the guitar. So when you're learning new melodies, whenever you're practicing, this is a practice session for you guys. I'm trying to be able to play things that I can't do and execute them. My fingers are kind of cold today. I don't know why, but it's cold out here in New York today. So when I do something like that, I had to change the fingering from this to this. So it's hard to change a bebop melody like that and change the fingering because I used to play this for years. That's kind of an awkward fingering. So that way it's a little bit easier. Okay, just a little bit easier. So I have to relearn all this stuff and practice it. The most important thing about practice, everybody, just so you know, is that let me see if I can answer some questions too while we're going here. Is to practice every day, just a little bit. Now, I mean, it's like sometimes it's impossible. Like I for a while, I've been taking drum lessons. I was telling people earlier, and sometimes like I have no time to practice. Sometimes, I mean, it's kind of a drag, and I'm doing so much stuff online on social media, like on TikTok, all these videos. This takes a lot of time. So and answering questions, from my fans and everything, my followers, and it's hard to keep up with this. I need to keep up with my playing too. So sometimes I get really pissed and I have to practice, and I stop, say I got to practice today or practice for a couple hours. But the most important thing is if you're learning something new, you got to practice it every day so it becomes embedded in your mind. I've been teaching for years, and I know it works because I do it myself. If I'm learning some new music, I'm always learning only new stuff, only new stuff I can't do, things I can't do, things I haven't been able to do. Now, how do you value good melodic phrasing? And an earworm is my fave to compose. Ooh, so when I'm doing melodic phrasing, that's someone asked that on TikTok. You develop that after a while from a lot of jazz playing and playing in general. I tell my students is trial and error. So you got to play over tapes and all kinds of stuff. Play with bands, play with other people, record yourself. The recording never lies about your playing. And that's one important thing I like to tell people is like when you record yourself, it's very important. I mean, it's a really important aspect of learning how to sound better because when you hear a recording, it doesn't lie. Only person that lies to you about your playing is yourself, actually. So I know when I'm playing something wrong, and it's really weird. I'll be playing something like I'll be doing sometimes I'll be performing. I said I think I played terrible, but everybody says you sound great, man. I'm like, yeah, come on. So but then I listened back and I said, wow, it sounds actually pretty good because I'm a big, your biggest judge of playing is yourself. And if you listen to your recording, you'll hear everything that you don't want to hear. And so record as much as you can. Like I watch my video playbacks all the time, and I go, oh man, I messed that up. But these little mistakes. I mean, I'll be recording sometimes in recording sessions, and one time I made a little mistake, and I was like, oh, I don't like that. I changed that. No, and the bass player, really great bass player, well-known bass player, said to me, that? He was like, that was like to him it was nothing, but to me it was a big thing. It was like a little mistake. So I mean, you can get away with little mistakes. And when I'm recording and I do a record, I'm going to be doing a record at the end of the year. I'm going to be like, man, I'm going to fix this because I don't like the way I played. But for most people, they don't probably notice or care. So, but the thing is, the most important person to care is yourself. Okay, so let me see. There's some questions I want to ask. There's so many questions coming at me. How long have you been playing? I've been playing for years, man, since I was 11. Okay. I mean, I used to practice 5 to 8 hours a day, just so you guys know. Okay, so that was like a lot of work. And I switched to 7-string, which I have over here. About not switched. I play 7-string as well, exclusively. Because I'm one of the few guitarists who plays 7-string in jazz. Since like 2011, 2012. That's when I started. I'm still learning it. So what do you think of Barry Harris method? So someone just asked me about Barry Harris. I used to attend his class on and off for 20 years. So I love his stuff. So I do a lot of my thinking is Barry Harris. So one of the things I've worked on recently that I'm working on right now is double time lines. So I'm practicing things that I need to work on. This is a practice session supposed to be, but people are asking me a lot of questions. So I'm working on double time lines. Like I started writing a bunch of stuff out. It's actually on my computer. I got to look at it. So I'll be going like, if I'm playing a 1, 2, 1, 6, 2, 5. Let's change the key to A flat. Remember to play all keys. So I'll go. So one of my students was asking me, man, can you write out some double time lines? So, I mean, I have a Patreon account, just in case you guys don't know. And there you can actually, what's the word? You can actually check out some of the music I write and stuff like that. But he asked me to start writing some lines out. So I started thinking, man, when I'm doing double time, you know, you got to have this stuff really worked out. So like I had to go. So I'm just doing a double time line on 1-6-2-5. So to write that out was really hard. I mean, I was just playing a double time line I was making up like from my arsenal of vocabulary. So I had to think of all kinds of lines. So basically, I'm just practicing some double time lines over a 1-6-2-5. But I'm also doing a lot of reharmonization. I'll go 1, like A flat major 7 to F minor 7, to B flat minor 7 to E flat 7. Okay, and I'll change it to dominant to make it to F7 to B flat 7, and then E flat 7 to change the lineup. So, but the thing is, you have to have these lines kind of worked out if you want to do double time playing. So that's another thing I've been working on is when I'm practicing is figure out what lines I use to be able to do my double time lines. Because I take it for granted that I know how to play them, but I have to show my students how to do that. And I want to show my students how to do that. So I'm starting to write some of these things off of my Patreon account. If you want to join that, it's at www.patreon.com/Ron Jackson Music. And there, I'm starting to put all these kind of ideas and writing them down for my students to learn. And so another thing I like to do is I like to actually do a lot of stuff, learn stuff I don't know at all. So I use this book right here called the Jazz Theory book by Mark Levine. So there's a lot of concepts that I don't know about. Like first thing I like to work on is like I did an article for Acoustic Guitar Magazine actually that came out in the January-February issue. It was on the harmonic and melodic minor. No, I think that's out now actually. It's in the current issue. So the harmonic and melodic minor scale, the chord voicings, I know some of them, but I need to practice all the voicings still. So I'm always practicing things I don't know. So if I'm playing let's say I'm playing a harmonic minor. Okay, so that's an A harmonic minor. Now you got to figure out the chords for all that. So you got to be able to play that in thirds. Etc. So I'll be practicing that, and I'm saying, wow, I don't know that as well. So I'll be like, I got to practice that. You know, I can play. I mean, people know I can play, and I want to show everybody how to play these things too. But if I'm playing, I got to figure out how I'm going to do that in thirds next. So you got to figure out what the chords are. So let's say I'm playing, this is A minor, this is B diminished, then C augmented, D minor, then this is an E chord, F, and then F chord, then F sharp diminished. So you got to be able to play that. I mean, you know, if you really want to know the scale, you got to really get into it. So I don't know this as well. So I'm practicing this stuff. Okay, so those are just the triads. Now you have to do the seventh chords. So I'll go. Oh, my guitar feedback. These are dominants for the chord. The first chord now is A minor, major 7. You got to play it everywhere too. Then B minor 7 flat 5. And then Okay, C major 7, sharp 5. Now, I just did an article about this. I still need to work on it. D minor 7, E7, F7. Oh, sorry, F major 7. Sorry, see, and then G sharp diminished. Then go backwards. It's a great harmony. I used to scale a lot, but knowing all the harmony for this is a whole different world for me. Okay, then I was doing the melodic minor too. So let's do a different key. Let's do F minor. See, I want to make sure I do different keys. I'll go across to D minor actually, so I can change this whole thing up. So these are things I actually practice. So you can do the melodic. Now we haven't gotten to the modes yet. So these are things I actually practice, and things I don't know. So I just start playing through all this stuff and making sure I learn all this stuff. Now let me see if I can answer a few more questions. I'm only going to go through this for like an hour. Then you can watch the playback about how I practice. Okay. So remember, practice things you cannot do. That's the most important thing about this section. Let me see. Let me see what my friends on TikTok. I've been ignoring you guys on TikTok. I'm sorry, I don't go live enough on TikTok. And I need to. I have a lot of followers up there. I have almost 25,000 followers. Now, let's see. How often do you use distortion? I use distortion sometimes. Actually, I have a bunch of pedals. So someone was asking that. Oh, you still blow my mind. Okay. I'm getting into ragtime. Is there any artists that you recommend? Ragtime. So someone's asking me about ragtime. So I play a little bit of everything on guitar. So I do a little bit of fingerstyle guitar playing. Like I used to be involved, into like Leo Cocky and Chet Atkins and all the guys. So I'll do things like. So this is one of my songs actually. When I play this on YouTube, I get flagged sometimes on my own stuff because it sounds exactly like the record. But that's just one of my old kind of ragtime songs. So I mean, I have different influences. I got to think about who. But over the years, I've been into fingerstyle guitar playing, and I use all kinds of styles of playing. So I'm going to do a video about that as far as using pick style. So because I've done a few articles on an Acoustic Guitar Magazine about that too. So I do I do mostly pick style, but I do a lot of hybrid picking. Okay, and I do fingerstyle too completely, but I never use any nails. It's just too much work, or finger picks or anything like that. And actually, I have these slides that someone sent me, like finger slides that I gotta actually open up and do like a unboxing and review for my social media fans here. So that's a good question. Let me see. Hey, my student Amir is online. It says, "Nice surprise for lunch break." Yeah, I'm just doing an impromptu like a practice workshop. Like I never go live enough on TikTok and on YouTube, so it's great to do this. Now, someone's asking me about the Bear Harris. So I use the Bear Harris method all the time. Part of the Bear Harris method is actually that you should be using a lot of passing tones during your scales. That's what it's all about. And approach notes and rhythms, all bebop. So let's say we're playing. Let's go to a different key. Let's go to D flat. First, you got to know your scales really well in every position, every key. Someone's asking me about 3 fingering scales. I never think about that, but I guess I do that sometimes. So it's easy to play just a major scale like that fast, but that's not musical to me. Or playing fast cannot be musical sometimes. It just sounds fast. So and I can play fast, but what does that mean? I usually play what I hear. So so if I'm playing like bebop, like Bear Harris's method is like it's basically it's the bebop cats method, and I used to go to this class all the time. It's putting half sets between the whole notes. Now that doesn't mean a chromatic scale. So people say if you put a half set between all the whole notes, you can do a chromatic scale. No, because remember in the major scale you got to know that it's whole, half, whole, half. If you go up the neck, you'll see that. So if you're playing like a passing tone, you'll go like this. So going up, I'm passing to the second. So this note in between it's not a tension. It's called a passing tone because it's off the beat. So if I'm counting, I'm going 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1. So what these passing tones do, it helps you create cool melodic lines. It also keeps the rhythm steady and even when you're playing eighth notes, particularly, which is like the basic rhythm for the most common rhythm for jazz actually is the eighth note. So I like to. I mean, but this is a whole class or whole lifetime of work to work on too. So that's the concept, and also doing approach notes. So if I'm playing a D flat major chord, just to be able to do approach notes like approaching each chord step. This is a real basic one, the half step, and mixing up those approach notes with the half step. So what I just did was I mixed up the approach notes with passing tones, and there's like endless possibilities, and you can go up and down the scale. It's easier to ascend down the scale than go up a scale, just so you know, and even playing phrases up. So that's a good thing for people to know about. So these are things I'm always working on because, I mean, there's so much to work on. It's like never ending. And whenever I pick up the guitar, I'm like, man, I play like crap. So, so I have to practice. Now, if you start thinking you're a master, then you might as well just give up the guitar or any instrument that you're playing. Just you should always find something you cannot do. So that's what this was this whole live stream is about, practicing things I can't do. So there's another thing I like to do is I like to read a lot. And I've been using a lot. I don't have. Where's that book at? I don't have it in front of me. I like to read like hard music, like I take these saxophone books and stuff and read through them. With the metronome. I've been trying to do this kind of stuff really, and counting. My drum teacher has me counting, tapping my foot like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, reading and saying out loud 1E and 2E and 3E and 4E and 1E and 2E. And that's for 16th note stuff. For jazz, I'll go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. And then you have to play the rhythm or play the melodic line and still keep counting and tapping your foot. And then he has me tapping my foot on. This is the guy from. This is my friend Jay from the Drummer's Almanac. He's a great teacher. So if you want to check him out, his TikTok took off, and he has tons of followers on YouTube. It's called the Drummer's Almanac, and he also, he does a lot of great things, and he's a great guy. So definitely check him out. So he also has me tapping my foot as eighth notes, like 1, 2. So I'm tapping my foot like this in eighth notes. 1, 2, 3, 4. Then I'm going 1E and 2E and 3E and 4E and 1E and 2E and so what I'm doing is eighth notes on my foot, 16 notes when I'm talking and playing whatever I'm playing. Then he has me doing exercise when I'm doing I'm doing the offbeat 1 and 2 and 3 and then saying 1E and 2E and 3. It's like really hard. Then playing. So these are really great exercises if you want to get into like your rhythm, because that's my most important thing that I need to work on, I think, is my rhythm and timing. Especially when I'm recording with a click in the studio and stuff, it's like, nailing it, on time or ahead or, behind, whatever any kind of timing. So I'm starting to work on that with polyrhythms and all that kind of stuff. So let me see what else is this. Monty Craig. Hey, Ron, who's this guy? Now, someone had, Jimmy, any advice about improvising on jazz blues? You know what? What I suggest is you should know how to play over the changes at every chord scale. Like, so when I like one of my exercises I give students is I say I'm playing Afro blues. Oh, so I was in a different key. So what I did was I did the Barry Harris method, where I just did all dominant instead of all the minor 2/5s, etc. The minor, the 2/5s. I just did straight dominant for all the 2 5s. So that's a great approach. I actually have that on my YouTube as an exercise. Okay, so look at one of my YouTube videos, Jimmy, and you'll find that. Practice alternate tip picking. So if someone's asking about alternate picking, I actually did that as a warm up today. I did. That's one good way of doing it. Also, just practice trying to play up, down, and up all the time if you want to do alternate picking. There's a lot of, you know what? Actually, guys, I want to do some videos about some of the questions you have here. I'm going to try. Let me do a couple of things here. I'm going to screenshot a couple of these questions so I can actually answer them later on that's on actually on YouTube, because I need to answer some questions that students always ask. Remember, everybody, all the videos that you watch is not going to help you playing. You know, you got to record yourself. You've got to actually play with other people. You've got to get a teacher. You know, videos can only take you so far. I have so many students who like watch videos and they'll take lessons with me. Then they'll say, "Oh, I'm going to go on YouTube and start watching again." Then they come back and they say, "Man, you know, it's great watching these YouTube videos, but I mean, I'm not learning anything because when I play, I still can't play or whatever. You know, I still can't do that." So the most important thing is actually just, you know, is to be, you know, have someone judge how you play and by playing with other people. So there's a lot of questions here, but I'm going to try to answer these later. Let me go to my TikTok and say a couple of things too. Let me see who else is on Instagram here as well. I'm just trying to see who else here. There's 8 new messages on TikTok. On TikTok, you know, I can't save the video, unfortunately, because they don't let you do that. But on YouTube, you can watch this after if there's any questions. I'm actually getting tired, guys. So I was supposed to be practicing for you guys, but I'm answering a lot of questions. I didn't know you were left-handed. Someone's saying I look like I'm left-handed. No, you're sometimes when you live stream, sometimes there's like a mirror image. So I'm right-handed. So I think on Instagram, looks like and on TikTok I'm left-handed, but I'm not. Okay, I'm actually what's the word? I'm right-handed. It's just the way it films. Okay, so so anyway, guys. So this is how I practice. I practice things I don't do. I mean, I have a lot of books I work on. You know, a lot of things about harmony theory. You know, I'm particularly working on the harmonic and melodic minor scales recently. Arpeggios, using the 7-string guitar. Let me get my 7th string back up. You know, learning how to use the notes. I'm trying to learn how to use the notes without getting lost all the time. Things like that, not getting lost when I'm actually playing, is a great thing to do. And also using my 7th string as a melodic note is another thing I'm trying to work on really hard. So if I'm playing a solo, it's easy to play a solo on this 1st string. So I'm going. So I'm trying to use that 7th string as much as I can. See, I'm trying to use that 7th string. It's really hard. So, because what happens is when you're playing the 7th string on the 7th string guitar, you usually use mostly as an accompaniment note, but I want to be able to use it as part of my solos now. You know, sometimes it gets into the bass register with the bass player, but you know, hopefully I could throw it in there sometimes so it doesn't get them pissed off. Because sometimes bass players get mad if you start playing in their register. I've had that. B flat. So I'm trying to use how that 7th string down there as much as I can. And 7th. See, I'm trying to use that 7th string and as an arpeggio on a major 7th chord. And that's something I'm practicing that I don't know how to do that well. So remember, I'm practicing, so I'm not sounding amazing or, I'm not sounding clean as I should because I'm practicing things I don't know how to do. That's what this is all about, how to practice. Practice things you can't do. You're not supposed to sound good. You're supposed to sound like you're practicing and trying to learn something. And practicing is just that, learning how to do things you can't do, and you do it every day for a little bit. So I'm trying to make everybody know that. And the most important thing is consistency. So what I'm doing is I'm just working on the 7th string and really trying to get under my finger so I can actually solo on it when I'm taking a solo. Because you know what, right now I'm practicing, but when I'm actually trying to play a song and I start trying to do that, I get lost. Because what happens is I'm like, man, you're at the moment, people are watching or whatever. I'm doing a live stream recently. And you throw that note in, you're like, uh-oh, how am I going to do this? I've been practicing, but doesn't mean you can play it. Practicing is something that makes you get better with time, you have to repeat it over and over. And then when you come out and actually play, you'll be able to do it without thinking about it. That's what practice does to your playing, So the most important thing is get a lot of practice in. And practice the right way. Don't practice things you already know. Practice things you can't do. Improve a melody, chord changes, whatever. Let me see. There's a lot of oh, sorry. I like this guy. Someone said to me, I gotta screenshot this. Someone said to me, practice playing bad to get good. That's great, Ron. What the hell? You know what? I used to have roommates with I used to be roommates with some great musicians in New York. I don't have roommates anymore. So these guys used to practice, man. They'd be practicing the same crap. I'm like, oh man. But when they play their butts off. Because when you practice, you're not supposed to sound good. You're supposed to practice things you can't do. That's what you're supposed to do. If you practice things you know all the time, when you get out of the gig, you're never gonna get any better. So that's what I'm trying to say. Jazz and Blues fans, hey, there's a lot of great comments here, guys. Thank you for watching. I have a lot of people watching on. I've never had this many people following me on YouTube either. So everybody, I'm going to get going in a second because I'm kind of like tired. Wait a second. Let me see if there's any question. What extra notes are you given? The extra note on my 7th string. Sorry, guys, on TikTok. This is a low A. I think that's what they mean. So this is a low A note. So this is a standard tuning guitar. Okay, E, A, D, G, B, E, and low A. Okay. Now in rock, they tune to a low B on the 7th string. And in Brazilian music, they tune to a low C, excuse me. Now, the reason why this is tuned to a low A is because of George Van Epps used to do this tuning, okay? So, I'm trying to practice today. I guess I won't practice much because I'm doing this for you guys. This is supposed to be a practice session trying to show you what I do when I practice, but... I get a lot of questions, and it's great. I got actually. But if you want to study with me, please, it's all on my links here, on my Instagram, on my link tree. If you want to donate, always need donations. You can just go to my link tree on my profile, or any video that I have. You can join my Patreon to learn how to study with me for real. I can put that in the comments, but anyway. Just, PayPal, all that. Everything is Ron Jackson Music, just so you know. Everything is Ron Jackson Music. So if you want to donate or anything, if you learned something new today, and if you want to take lessons with me, just go to my contact on Instagram or, on my link tree. It's all there, all my contact information. I'm getting new students all the time, especially since I have all these followers now, and I appreciate you guys watching me. And thank you. I got to do this is like a celebration too. I have 10,000 subscribers now on YouTube as well, 24,000 on TikTok and on Instagram. So I appreciate you guys watching. So this is how I practice. I'm going to try to take a break after this and practice by myself this time, so I can get something done. But thank you, everybody. Let me see if there's any questions. My guitar's an Eastman, just so you guys know. So look at this. It's an Eastman. Oh, shoot. I have that covered up, guys. Sorry. I put a GoPro on here. When I'm filming a lot of my lives, I didn't do it today. I use a GoPro camera. This one, a GoPro 9. And I get some great videos, like looking at the guitar like this while I'm playing. It's a really great thing to use. And I usually reshare my videos with the GoPro camera because the live streams, the sound is not as good, or and the video is not as good. So I actually do that. And so I have a tuner on here, and I have an instrument attachment. So it's kind of cool. I try to make my live streams interesting and fun and informative. And I'd like to thank everybody for watching, and and keep watching my videos. Please follow me. Please share with everybody. And hopefully, you can watch the playback now on Instagram and on YouTube, but you can't on TikTok. They should do that, So let me see. You're welcome, everybody. If you want to donate or anything, let me know. Ron Jackson Music at PayPal, Cash App, Venmo is all the same. Okay, and I hope you learned something new today, and I hope I answered most people's questions. Let me see. There's a lot of questions. How's your day? Everybody asks me funny questions. What kind of guitar is that? I already answered that. What is the most effective pentatonic scales to practice? Just your regular minor and major pentatonics. You could use them on different things. I miss performing. Yes, my day is great. Eric Clapton, I love him. I love everybody. Everybody plays great. So, okay, everybody. I'll see you. It's time to go. I gotta eat. I gotta eat. Take a break. Get some coffee. Thanks, everybody, and I'll see you guys soon. Okay, let me end on YouTube first. Bye bye. You can watch the playback after. Okay, bye YouTube. And hey everybody, Ron Jackson here. Just making sure you can hear me. Are you? Can you send me a text message if you can or not? Today I'm doing a blues concert. I'm going to be doing all kinds of different blueses. There's all kinds of styles actually for blues. This is my Patreon only concert. I might make this public later now. I'll let you guys know. I'm going to make a small message. Okay, just making sure you can hear me. I'm going to play a cool tune right now, see if you can guess what it is. How's everybody doing? Oh, hey, baby. Hey, Reggie, how you doing? Blue Monk, yeah. I'm going to put a bigger light on so you can see me better. Someone recommended that just now. Hold on. That was Blue Monk. That's basically a 1-4-5 blues, but I transposed it to the key of A. What would be the reason for that? Anybody guess? Let me put this light on. Uh-oh. So you can see me a little better. Here we go. Yeah, so the reason why I put the song Blue Monk in the key of A so I can play those open strings. If you're a guitar player, it's better to sometimes it's great to use the the guitaristic features of the guitar like open strings. When I used to see Joe Pass, see his videos, I actually saw a workshop of him years ago. He would take a song and put it to a different key so he could play those open strings. George Benson, Wes Montgomery, all the great guitar players, try to use open strings because, you can actually do it. With the 7th string, I have that low A note. So we're going to actually do that. So, this is a new thing I'm trying. I'm actually playing through my Motu M2 audio card. So now I'm actually playing through that and going directly from there and getting a decent sound. I'm not even using an amp. So it's a more clear, direct sound. I'm going to play you another blues. Now, there's all kinds of blueses, everybody. So I just did a kind of a traditional slow blues. I'm going to play you a blues in 3. Now, no one knows this, but this song was written by Toots Thielemans. And this song is very famous. A lot of jazz musicians play it. And it's in 3/4. It's a waltz. It's actually a blues form, more of a bebop form. We could talk about it later. And this song is called Bluesette. Here we go. Can I get comfortable here? Woo! Oh, gotta turn the mic back on. Hey, hey, everybody, how's it going? Yeah, thanks for watching. I see a few viewers up here. It's not a public stream, but I could make it public, but maybe next time I'd like to have these Patreon only concerts. I might actually put some of these and make them public later. I haven't thought about that yet recently. I'm just starting these and getting used to the YouTube live video streams and things like that. But I'm going to start trying to do that actually in a couple of weeks. Now that I'm getting my act together with my equipment here at home. So that was another blues. Now, for people who are wondering what bluesette is like, it's actually a blues, but it's an extended blues. So Toots Thielemans, there's some blueses that are called bebop blues, like Blues for Alice, songs like that. That kind of stuff. And they start with like the one chord, like in this key. Instead of going to the 4, he does a turnaround all the way to get to the 4. He'll play from the B flat major 7, and then he does a cycle, going to doing an A minor 7 to D7, and then to the G minor, which is a 6, and then he does a 6. He makes it out to a 2-5. It goes to the 2-5 of the 4. He gets to the 4 chord there. Now he's going to like 2-5 to the D flat, so that's E flat minor to A flat 7 to D flat major 7. Okay, and then he's doing, so that's the 4. That's actually the flat 3 major 7 in the key of B flat. So you would use just a major or Lydian scale there, and a 2-5 to the flat 2 chord, and then he does a 2-5 with the flat 2 chord. Is actually a B major 7, just so you know. If you look at the music, the bluesette, you'll see that. And he does a minor 2-5, C minor 7 to F7, back to the 1 chord. Then a 1-6-2-5 basically. B flat, which G minor, C minor to F7. So that's a blues, but it's an extended blues, and we call that a bebop blues, really, or a form of bebop blues. We go through all these changes, and you actually it's a blues form, but it's actually comes from the original blues, which is the original blues I heard actually started as just one chord, and the guy would change his voice and actually go to the 4 chord and the 5 chord in his voice, and eventually it developed to the next step, which was 1-4, then 1-5, then you got the 1-4-5 blues. Then in jazz, we started doing it more. We actually started putting like 1-2-5 of the 4, and then 4, then sharp 4, and all the stuff like that. So I'm going to play you another type of blues. This is a blues that Wes Montgomery wrote. And this is a great song that I play sometimes on gigs. It's called The Thumb. Now, Wes wrote a lot of great blueses. There's one song called Sundown that I used to play. So many blueses that he did. And they call me Les Montgomery, actually. Just kidding. So let me play you this song right now called The Thumb. Now, this song is in the key of G. So I've been playing different keys for you. Oops. So let me fix this mic and then we go. Here we go. was hard work. Yeah. Hey, everybody. Yeah, thanks for listening. Hey, thank you, Reggie. Reggie's a great student of mine for what, great guitar player. And, if I could figure out a way of putting you guys, I think there's a way actually. Oh, I could have done this on StreamYard. Man, I can't believe this. You know what? Next week, guys, I'm going to use StreamYard to do a live so we can chat and I can invite some of my students in to this live broadcast. You know what? I forgot I can actually use that. So I'm going to write this down for you guys right now. StreamYard is actually another app I could actually use. I mean, it's kind of late now because we're right in the middle of it, but I could send you a link next time. You can go on StreamYard and you can watch and join me. I don't think we can actually go private on that. Maybe we can, but I can invite some students up to talk and hang out a little bit too, and patrons, of course. If you want any questions, if you go through StreamYard, I've never really used StreamYard like this as a private concert yet. So thank you everybody for watching and liking this. Reggie's asking about are there any particular scales you prefer over the blues? I use all kinds of different scales and stuff, Reggie. Let me talk about that a little bit. So if I'm playing over a blues, I mean, I'll use the minor pentatonic, of course. You should know all your minor pentatonics, everybody, all over the neck. So if I'm in the key of G, there's about 5 of them. Now, I mean, I won't show you. I'll just show you the 6-string version. This is a 7-string, so. That's the next one. All the minor pentatonic, okay? So every chord, it depends on what the progression is actually. So when I'm actually playing like over a G7, I have a lot of options. So I'll just take just a dominant scale. Now remember to be able to play this all over the neck. Then I can use a G mixolydian with a sharp raised 4. I could use G altered. I usually do that when I'm going to the chord next. It's not going to make, when you do G altered, it makes a flat 9. Okay. And then I'm leading to the C chord, so I'm doing like a dominant altered chord. Now for everybody who wants who are scared about these, not scared, but the word is like don't understand how to use these altered chords. A great substitution, that's the easiest thing to do. If you're playing a G7 flat 9 with a sharp or with a flat 13 or a sharp 9, like that. Okay, you could just play a D flat 7 chord instead in your solo, or a D flat dominant scale. It's called a tritone substitution, and that's the easiest way to play it altered. It's basically a half step above the chord you're approaching. So if I'm playing a G7 altered going to a C, I'll just play a D flat instead. It's the same exact scale. And you can just raise the 4 on that dominant scale. Okay? That's the 4. And then lead to the C chord. So that's a D flat to a C. That's the easiest way, actually, to be able to play an altered chord. And that's another scale I use. I mean, I'll use whole tone too on the G7. A whole tone scale. I like that scale. And it's a symmetric scale, so I can do some cool things with it, like half steps below each note. I like this one. It's easy to play between the second and third string. I mean, yeah, and then I do a lot of reharmonizations also. So that's another thing I like to do. I mean, I don't just play like Just a G7 to a excuse me, to a C chord. Let me get some coffee here. I'll actually I'll just do like an I'll do reharmonizations. I'll go, there's a bunch of them. I'll just go from G. I'll go down the whole steps every bar. That means every 2 frets down to get to the 4 chord and things like that. Then I'll do like descending 2 5s to get to the 2 chord. Things like that. There's so many things I could do. But anyway, let me play you another song, everybody. Some more blues. I'm going to play you another song that was made famous by Miles Davis. And he actually wrote this, I think. I heard he stole all this music, but this is called All Blues. Let me tune up. Yeah, the key of G again. Woo! Oh, okay. Some blues. We could talk about the blues all day. There's so many blueses. Does anybody have any questions that are watching? Let me know. About, I'm playing the 7-string guitar, so if you have any questions about that, about how I tune it, how I play it, I'm going to be, actually I have to put another video up. I'm going to be putting up one up this week, a new video on one of the lessons that I have about walking bass lines. So that's for 6-string. Then also I have some 7-string videos coming up about walking bass lines we're going to get into for people. So if you're interested in that, let me know. And there's so many blueses in jazz, but there's also, the traditional blues. When I got to work with Taj Mahal about 10, 15 years ago, this guy knows every kind of blues, man. He was just amazing. He knows like all the different styles. I mean, like different forms of blues. This guy's like a walking blues book, man. So really interesting cat. Yeah, so that's we did a lot of cool blueses today. I'll do something for you right now that's written by John Coltrane. It's like it's a blues with a bridge. You have those kind of things too, and this is called Blue Train. We can talk about it later. It's just a blues, and then it has a bridge, like kind of like rhythm changes, but it's like a blues form. You have 12 bars of blues, 12 bars, A. Then B is a bridge of 8 bars, and then you go back to the A again. If you can get confused if you can't feel form like that. But let's try that. Ready? Here we go. It's in B flat. Yeah. Ah. Yeah. Hey everybody, how's it going? Okay, yeah, that was called. Actually, what was that song called? It's a John Coltrane song. a Blue Train. No, not Blue Train. Let me think about it. I just had the name here. It's one of his famous songs. It's actually a blues with a bridge. Okay, and basically the bridge goes to A flat for 2 bars, G for 2 bars, and then F for 2 bars. It's actually like a variation on rhythm changes. The bridge to rhythm changes, which is I Got Rhythm. If you go to the bridge for I Got Rhythm, it goes to D, then G, 2 bars each, C, 7. Oh, these are all dominant 7. To F7, okay? And but John Coltrane, he replaces the D with an A flat, which is a tritone substitution, we call it. Okay, and then it goes down to the G, and then he goes to the G flat, which is a tritone substitution of the C7. It goes to the F. Okay. I think that was called Locomotion, actually, that song. But it's a great song, and it's a fast song. but it's a blues, so blues is a little bit easier to play faster than I think than rhythm changes. But we'll talk about rhythm changes another time. Now, if anybody has any questions, let me know. I think I'm getting a little tired here. I'm gonna actually probably end the live stream right now. So if there's any questions, please send them to me on Patreon. And this has been fun playing for you guys. And if you have any questions, just send them on my way here. And this is all. This was all blues day. There's so many blueses. Let me play you maybe just one more before I finish up. And so I did different kinds of blueses. So a lot of blueses have like pentatonic melodies, but also they have more complicated melodies. I'm gonna end with Billy's Bounce. And that's one of the blueses I know a little better than some, as far as melodies are concerned. All these bebop melodies are kind of difficult to learn, but you can learn them eventually. You have a whole arsenal of them. There's so many of them. I have this list right here that I'm looking at. There's Bessie's Blues, Billy's Bounce. Oh, that was called that was on Blue Train. I think that was called Locomotive or Locomotion. And then there's tons. There's Footprints, Freddie the Freeloader, Mr. PC, Now's the Time, Sandu. I played all these songs before with somebody. Blues Walk. It's just so many songs. Things ain't what they used to be. So those are great tunes. Anyway, cool, man. I'm going to play you one more song. This is called Billy's Bounce. Well, thank you, everybody. That was real fun. And I'll see you guys soon everywhere else. Okay, bye-bye. Hey everybody, it's Ron Jackson. How are you? I'm actually live at Inglewood Hospital here in Inglewood, New Jersey. Hey there. And I'm going to be playing for you. Hope you can see me okay. Solo 7-string guitar. So I'm just getting started here. And I hope you're doing well. I have to wear a mask because it's a hospital. And everything's in a hospital. So you guys know that. Some people have comment like, "Hey, why are you wearing that mask for?" So let me see. I'm gonna follow right now on my YouTube channel myself, who's watching, and etc. Let me go right now to my YouTube channel. So I'm live right now. Let me go, and I'm gonna follow your comments and everything. And thank you. Let me turn this down, and let me say hi to everybody. Hi. Thanks for watching. And I'm going to start playing right now. And we start with a tune to get warmed up here, okay, everybody? Thank you. So let me pull over here this way. Make sure you can see me good. Like this. Oh, sorry. My camera. Hey, how you doing?
Good, how you doing?
Thank you. Thanks for watching. You a guitar player? Huh?
Piano player.
Oh, cool. What's your name?
Robert.
Robert. Oh, cool.
Ron?
Yeah, Ron Jackson. Yeah.
I met the guy who plays this normally.
Oh, who's that?
He's still around. It's been a couple of years. Older gentleman. He was about 80.
I mean, I hope he survived COVID because he
You know who I'm talking about?
No, I don't.
Yeah,
Because they brought me in. They brought me in. They stopped it for a while.
Yeah.
And what's happening is now they started the music up again.
Nice.
I've been here since June, on and off.
Well,
Are you interested in a CD or anything?
I got an appointment.
No problem.
Talk to you on my way back down.
Yeah. I'm going to start now.
Nice, Ron.
And I'm broadcasting some of my fans right now.
Nice.
Thank you.
Ron Jackson, I find you. Okay.
Yeah, I'm everywhere. Thank you. Okay. Restart, everybody. So I have my Eastman 7-string here. Just hold on a second.
How's everybody doing? Let me see the comments here. Hey, Marina. Wow, kisses from Madrid. Hey, Marina. Hey, I'm going to be trying to go to Spain actually very soon. So, hey, hello, Robert. Hey, Eric. What's up, grammar school friend? Oh, man. Oh, I can't remember you, but I haven't seen you in a while, Eric. But how are you doing? Thanks for watching, everybody. And I appreciate you guys. Just please share my live stream with everybody. And if you have any questions, please answer and ask me. Let me continue now with another song right now. That's going to be kind of fun. Thank you for watching, everybody. Well, we have a little good crowd here today. Thank you. Please share my live stream with everybody. And I appreciate you guys. If you enjoy what you hear, you can get things like on my website here, like my vinyl and all this other stuff that I have available. And also, if you want to, you could actually tip if you'd like, right there on my PayPal, right in front of you, at Ron Jackson Music. But please share my live stream. And if you have any questions about my guitars, anything, let me know, and I'll let you know about it. Okay, I appreciate you guys watching. Thank you, Marina. Georgia on My Mind. Oh yeah, let me play you Georgia on My Mind, Marina. I appreciate it. And if you're watching on YouTube, you can also do super chats. I appreciate it. And remember, share my live stream and please follow me. We try this right now. Here we go. So Marina wants to hear Georgia on My Mind. So let me do that right now. I'm going to tune up my 7-string. Thank you for watching, everybody. I got my sponge in the guitar because it keeps the guitar from going dry. I appreciate you guys, and thanks for watching. And please share. Thank you, Marina, for asking for that song. It's a great song. You know what? I forget about playing that one. So if you have any requests, anybody, please let me know. And just let me know. And also, I'm going to continue now with some more songs. And let me see if I can do something, maybe a Latin song for you guys. Hope you can see me okay. Oh, if it goes, yes, that's a little bit better. I'll move back so you can see my guitar really well. Let me see. Let me go down a little bit so you can see me good. Yes, thank you guys. Thank you, I appreciate it. Send me some comments. I don't hear anybody from YouTube saying hi, and I appreciate you guys on YouTube. And remember, share my live stream with everybody. How's it going? Thank you for watching. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I have my fans walking by now. Thank you for watching. If you're enjoying what you're hearing, if you're watching on YouTube or even on here, I appreciate you guys. And please share my live stream with everybody. And if you enjoy what you're doing, please support me by, I have my PayPal and Venmo and all that right there showing for you. And also, I have products and everything else that you would like. So I appreciate you guys, and thank you very much for watching. And I'm going to continue now with some more songs. That was called Black Orpheus. And I have a mask on because I'm actually in a hospital, everybody. And I really appreciate you guys for watching. And that was Black Orpheus. The song before that was, let me think about that. It was pretty fast. And this is my Eastman 7-string guitar. So I'll be going live all the time from here every Thursday if I'm available in town here at Inglewood Hospital in New Jersey. And if you have any requests, let me know. I appreciate Marina for watching. And thank you. I can't understand, but I think that's either Cyrillic or Greek or something. I can't read your name, but thank you for loving my stuff, everybody. And right now on YouTube, I only have a few people watching, and I appreciate you guys too. So let me continue now. I'm thinking of some songs that I always play, but I never do enough in public. So let me think of some other songs that I'd like to do. Also on YouTube, I take super chats too. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Huh? Oh, just Gillespie. He died here in this hospital. Well, he died a long time ago, in the 90s. Yeah, thank you for watching. And these are my CDs and stuff. Thank you for watching, everybody. And, you know, I really appreciate everybody that's watching. You guys are great. Got to run, Ron. You sound great. Have a great day. Thank you, Robert. I appreciate you guys. Thank you, Robert, for watching. And please share my live stream with everybody. Like and follow at Ron Jackson Music everywhere. And I'll be touring and playing in a town near you again soon. You know, and I'll be in Savannah in a couple of weeks, going to the Benedetto factory. Check out Benedetto guitars. And also, I'm going to be going to the NAMM show in thank you, Simon. I appreciate you, Simon. You're great, Simon. I appreciate you. I'm going to be going to the NAMM show in LA in April. If you want to come see me there live in person, you know, and I'll be attending that and meeting some cool musicians. I'll be there from La Bella, the guitar factory that makes these strings. I'm going to be representing them this year. I'm going to be doing some stuff for them in the future. These are the best strings for jazz guitar, and you can only use them on these type of jazz guitars, art stuff. So, the last song I played was "If I Should Lose You." It's a great tune, you know. And thank you everybody for watching, and I appreciate you. I'm going to do another song right now. I should do a ballad. I haven't done a ballad yet. Let me see. Let me think about. I haven't played this in a while. So it takes a lot to tune this guitar, everybody. Look, there's 7 of these strings, and these strings need to be changed actually, because they're getting old. Actually, I just got this guitar. I traded it in for another Eastman. This is a really great 16-inch Eastman that I've never seen before, and 7 strings. So just so you know what this is. So I'm going to do this song by one of my favorite compositions by Michel Legrand from France, and this is called "What Are You Doing with the Rest of Your Life?" What was that ending called? Sing, but you got the flamenco bite too. Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Simon, for watching, man. I appreciate it. Please, everybody, share my live stream with everybody. Thank you for all the likes and everything. And I appreciate you guys. I'm gonna try to do a fast song now. Let me see. Let me see if I can do. Yes, I.
That's good.
Thank you. Thank you for watching. For listening. Sound like Star Wars record. Star Wars record, huh? Donna Lee.
Donnelly.
It's a 7-string guitar.
Oh, yeah.
You play guitar?
Yeah, I play some. I play a lot more.
Huh?
I used to play a lot more.
Yeah. Oh, these are my albums if you like one.
Yeah.
Or my vinyls, my chord books, all kinds of cool things. You know, if you're into playing guitar and stuff. I write for Acoustic Guitar Magazine.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
yes.
I'm a writer for them, and this is published through Hal Leonard Music. I have some chord melody lessons in here, and I take credit cards if you like one.
Yeah.
I do everything. Because, you know, to support my business. Thank you. I appreciate you guys. And I have my fans watching right here too on YouTube.
On YouTube, huh?
Yeah, I'm at Ron Jackson. I'll give you my card too. Thank you.
Yeah, you should know.
Hey everybody, hope everybody's doing well. It's Ron Jackson here, and one of my friends is saying hi to me. Take a couple of cards, yeah, and you know, keep in touch. Huh?
Check you out on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm on YouTube. Ron Jackson Music.
Ron Jackson.
Music. It's all like everything is the same. Ron Jackson Music. Thank you.
They're trying to play
Huh?
Stella by Starlight.
Oh yeah, I'll do that for you. What's this? I have an arrangement for that on my website if you want to get it.
Oh, yeah.
It's on my website. You know, I sell it on there. Yeah.
You remember Harry Leahy?
Oh yeah. Good.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, he's great, man. Did you study with him? Oh yeah. Yeah, I teach too if you want to.
Yeah.
Just let me know. Yeah, I do everything. Yeah, I teach people all over the country actually. Yeah, I work for the Jazz Foundation of America actually.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I'm considered a volunteer, but also, you know. Yeah, that's why Dizzy Gillespie used to go here.
Oh, you know Dr. Frank Porter?
Oh yes, of course. He's a friend of mine.
Yeah. His son.
Yeah.
Both of them. I know both his sons.
Oh yeah, he was like a big supporter, and he was a guitar player for a long time.
Greg and the other son, UNIT.
Yeah,
I met him. I spoke to him.
Yeah,
we
used to hang a lot. His sons used to come see me play a lot in the city.
Yeah. And Gene Bertoncini.
Oh yeah, he's great.
Yeah.
Oh, he's the master. I used to study with Bucky Pizzarelli.
Oh yeah.
That's why I play 7th Street.
Yes.
You know, what's your name?
Mike Lizzie.
Good to meet you, Mike. Yeah. Keep in touch. Definitely.
I will.
Yeah. And I'm live streaming still, but you know, we'll talk and keep in touch. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, everybody. Hey, thank you for watching, everybody. Do you have chord shape to form lines? Hey, Simon. So sorry about that. I was talking to a fan of mine. Just go to my website, and I have lessons on there that are very cheap. You can just pick one up. This is not like a lesson day. I will do the question and answer, but just go to my website and check it out. I have everything about chord shapes on my website. You know, basic chord shapes and stuff like that. That's really basic. But I'm starting an ebook soon, everybody, so you can check it out. I'm putting a lot of stuff on my website and ramping up my whole, database and doing some ebooks about jazz guitar playing, 7-string guitar playing, and all that. You know, and so Simon, just go to my website. I have a bunch of chord shapes up there already. You can learn all the basic triads and all the 7th chords so you can, okay? So you just go to my website. They're very cheap, the lessons. And I'm going to put an ebook about that soon, everybody. So be on the lookout about that. Thank you. And I'm going to continue with that song, Zelle, because my fan that would walk by requested it. Ready? So thank you everybody for watching. I appreciate you guys. Hey Harry, how are you? You recommend flat wound strings for jazz? Yes, I do. This is what I use. I use labella jazz tapes. and they're great strings, everybody. I appreciate you guys. And also let me see, Mariani. Thank you for the oasis of peace and beauty. Spain loves you. Yeah, I've played in Spain many times, Marina, and so I'll be coming over there again. I appreciate you guys. If you like what I do today, if you'd like to donate, please go to my PayPal right here that's scrolling over at Ron Jackson Music or Venmo or Cash App or Zelle, whatever you like to use. And if you, I'm kind of accept donations. And also, if you're on YouTube, I accept super chat, and I really appreciate you guys. I'm gonna go now. I'll be live streaming again on Saturday, taking questions and answers. This coming Saturday, I think at 2 p.m. Okay, this Saturday 2 p.m. on my YouTube channel again. I appreciate you guys watching, and you can watch the playback of this right after this. Okay, and I'm Ron Jackson. Please share my live stream everywhere. Share my page. You can follow me anywhere: YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, every place, Facebook at Ron Jackson Music, and I'll be going live all the time now for you guys, everywhere I'm playing in the world, and constantly every day with my different lessons and everything. And I'm going to go to my Patreon at Ron Jackson Music if you want to get lessons and things like that to learn how to play 7-string and 6-string guitar, or on my website. And I appreciate you guys for watching, and I'm going to end it now. And thanks so much for all your support, everybody. You guys are great. I appreciate my audience all over the world, and I'll be coming to Europe very soon. I'm supposed to go to Portugal. I'm trying to work it out in July to go to Spain and Portugal, and that part of Europe, and even the UK in the summer and in the fall. Okay, so we'll keep in touch, everybody, and thanks so much for watching. So yes, recommend flat round strings for jazz guitar, definitely. George Benson, everybody uses it. Okay, these type of strings. And have a great day, everybody. Bye bye. Thank you.
Hey, how's everybody doing? So I'm live now, and I see one person on there so far. I don't know who that is, but I wanted to talk about subjects about sight reading and ear training and all that stuff. So please, send me some questions if you're watching right now. I see 4 people up there. Wow, that's a lot of people. That's great. So just to get started, you should know how to read all kinds of different things. What's hard about the guitar is reading itself. So, like this is the book I like to use for sight reading. It's a Modern Method for Guitar by William Levitt. A lot of my students use it. It's and when I studied at Berkeley, um, you know, um, this is the book that they use for performance majors. So it just teaches you basically, how to read notation, which is very, very important for, playing. But it doesn't teach you with tabs, like, which you should know how to do too, but there's a problem with tablature. So what happens is it actually tabs. I'm actually hearing an echo. This is kind of weird, but the tabs make make you yeah, with tabs you actually have to know the music. So that's the problem with tablature. So I'll show you something. Here's a lesson that I wrote. It's a lesson I wrote that's and what it is that it has chord And then you have tabs on the bottom. So that's okay because the thing is, when you have tabs, you need to, it tells you where to put your fingers, which is fine because on the guitar, you need to know where to place your fingers because you can play the same thing so many different ways. So it's good to have tabs for that. But, there's indicators in this book right here where to put your fingers. It tells you what strings, etc., and what position. So you don't need tabs if you know how to really know how to read music. So this is a great book for learning how to read because it teaches you how to play positions and everything. The William Levitt book. It's called A Modern Method for Guitar. Also, you should be able to read in lead sheet form. Like in a real book like this, you see? Everything's mirror image here, but. So you should be able to read chord symbols and just single line notes. And that's really hard to do actually too. I mean, you have to memorize what chords are, like a G major 7. When I started learning how to read, it was really hard to do that. Does anybody have any questions so far? Okay. So, guitar music starts to get hard when you start learning how to look at chords like this. This is even hard for me. This is a Brazilian book Latin book that I've been using, and it's not easy. And even rhythms. So the hardest part of playing music is rhythms and the chords. Actually, I think. So let me show you one more thing that is hard to read on guitar. Hold on. So this is a book by Barney Kessel. It's a rare book. So I don't know how I got this book, but he talks about how guitar players can read should be able to read in different situations. This book's called The Guitars. It's a rare book. I looked it up. So someone gave it to me. It's a very valuable book. So he told me the most important thing. He said reading music. He talked about one thing that was really interesting that and it's like when you're looking at piano music. Like piano music is really hard for a guitar player, so you got to be able to read in bass clef and the notation above that on the treble clef. So he said that you should be able to extract parts from the piano parts, like the bottom note. You should be able to read all this stuff here. And I always thought that piano music was hard. I used to be really good at it and extract the music, but so you have to be able to read the treble clef, and the bass clef together. So this is A, C, E, G, A, C. So these things you have to practice, and actually, it's a good thing for you to do. as far as reading is concerned. Does anybody have any questions so far about this? If you're watching this, definitely do me a favor and send me a message on the YouTube chat. Okay, right here. Let me see. I'm gonna write this in. If you're subscribed or whatever on YouTube, you should be able to send me a message. Send me a message. I'm sending you one now. Okay. So I'm going to take out my guitar. Now, the next thing I want to talk about soon, if you don't have any questions, is ear training. You know, so let's take a song. I'm going to put the speaker on for a minute. I'm going to try to play you. You should be able to hear cadences and things like that when you're actually learning about ear training, and also you should know basic solfege. So if you're playing, one of the first things I learned when I was learning to do ear training is you should be able to sing your major scales and sing the syllables. So you should sing do re mi fa sol la ti do. That's very important. Oh hey Reggie, hi. Can you hear me okay, Reggie? Respond please. There's something weird with my computer right now. Okay, good. Do you have any questions, Reggie? Let me see. Questions. I hear like my voice talking like a few seconds after. So just to be really clear, to start to getting into ear training, you should know your solfege, like do re mi fa sol la ti do, which is your major scale, and because you're gonna have to figure out how to hear intervals. Like you should know your intervals, all your major intervals. Like let's say 1, the major second, and the major third, the perfect fourth, perfect fifth, the major sixth, and the major seventh. That's very, very common intervals you should be able to hear. Now, these things you should hear because you hear them in chord progressions a lot, like 1, 4, 5, 1, which is like a 1, 4, 5, 1 progression. Different cadences like that. 1 to 5. 1 to 5. So if I'm playing a song, I'm going to put something on my phone. I think like a pop song. You should be able to pick up these cadences when you hear a pop song. So that gets into taking off music by ear. Let me see something. Okay, now you're hearing me. Okay, there's something wrong with the settings here because I'm hearing an echo. I'm going to try to fix that real quick, everybody. I don't want to end the live stream. Hold on one second. It's picking up the oh, let me do this. I know what to do. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna input is should be the let me try this again. Okay. Okay, I'm trying this again. Put them use this. Okay. Sorry, I'm gonna have to use my I hear an echo, but it's okay. It's back on now, so so anyway, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna be using the I'm gonna use the speaker. Now so you should be able to hear cadences. So let's take a song like a pop song. I'm gonna put something on my phone. I'm gonna pick a random pop song. And the first thing you do when you want to take off songs is, ear training is part of ear training is actually taking off songs off of let me take like a pop song. Let me go to YouTube. I'm gonna put it through my speaker on my phone, and then so it could show you just a random example. Top 10 pop songs. Okay, so let me pick one song here. Billboard Top 100. Let me play something. So I'm going to play a song right now and see if we can figure it out real quick. So this is a random song. So what I try to find out first is no, okay. So I just stopped. I said, oh, the first. So Anton, it's in the key of E. This I can tell already. So what I try to do is I try to figure out what key we're in first, and if I'm in. So that's actually the melody started off with. Okay, that's how it started. So that's in the key of E. What you have to try to do when you're trying to establish the song, you have to actually try to figure out what key you're in and try to find what scale you're in. So this is a major key. So the first chord. So what I'm trying to do is only 3 or 4 chords here. So let me move this up forward a little bit. So if you have a hard time, you could actually slow down the song too. So it goes. So it starts off with a C sharp minor, and then it goes to A. C sharp minor is the 6th chord, goes to A, and this song is actually called what is it? Dynamite Official, BTS. It's BTS, the famous Korean pop band. And it goes C minor. So I hear those cadences pretty easily, and I can find them fast on the guitar. And sometimes when I'm listening to music, I could actually, I try to figure out, if I don't want to if I don't just want to enjoy the music, I want to be very technical about it. I could actually just listen and figure out what chord progressions there are and by ear. Now this takes a lot of experience in ear training, so you have to learn about cadences. You have to learn about intervals. You should know all your types of intervals. So this song starts off like that. So it's just 3 chords so far. So I'll play along with it so you can get an idea. Here it goes. So it's basically C sharp, F sharp, C sharp minor, F sharp minor, the B suspended to E. And the hard part of these songs I always find is not learning the song, is the form. So and also the arrangement, of course, because the song might be easy with chords, but there's a whole arrangement that makes the song unique. So and also the hard part is learning the melody to these songs. So if you're taking stuff off like pop songs, it's a whole different thing. But another thing that's a different level is learning how to take these songs off and writing down each melody, or writing down each rhythm. That's a whole different different ball game. So it's important to be able to do both. And what I usually do is this takes a lot of ear training. So ear training is very important, and so you have to learn how to write down what you actually hear on a staff, and that's really that's a whole different skill. And I learned that when I was at Berkeley too. In transcription class, solo transcription class, and that in that solo transcription class, they give you one note, and you sit down at a desk, and they play it for you, and you have to know your intervals between notes, be able to write down the melody solo. That was really hard, man. I remember doing this on 19 or 20, and I was already an advanced ear training class, and that was really hard. Reggie's asking me, would you write rhythm first, then the melody? Uh, um, no, what I would usually do when I used to first transcribe, I used to try to find the notes first, then write the rhythm. So let me write that down. Write notes first, and then rhythm. Then rhythm. You can put the rhythms to the notes after. So if I'm using, I don't have my I'm actually talking to my computer right now, and I can't show you Sibelius because I don't have it on my other computer. But when I transcribe, um, I'll take a note. Let's say I'll write a note down first, like this. I'll put the note here, and then I'll figure out later that's a dotted quarter note. Okay, but you have to be able to count rhythms and feel rhythms too. Now that's a whole different skill. Let me send this message to you. So to transcribe, you actually have to know how to hear how long a rhythm is. So let's try to do an example. Let's look at a jazz solo. Let's look at a Sonny Rollins solo. Um, Sonny Rollins. Let me look for Sonny Rollins. He has a lot of hard rhythms, Sonny Rollins, actually. So let me see. Let me just pick a song from him. So he's playing. There will never be another year, another you here. See, jazz rhythmically, most of the stuff he's playing is eighth notes in jazz. So in jazz, there's a lot of rhythmic, rhythm, but Sonny Rollins will probably start playing off the time in a minute. So how would you write that? One So I just figured that what he played there, he was playing on E flat major, the E flat major scale. I mean, his line was based on that. That's the first chord of Sun. So that rhythm is like you got to figure out where's he playing that at. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, so that's the and of 1, So here's another thing that's really important to know when you're actually transcribing. You have to learn how to conduct, because that's really helpful to me. So when he's playing, I'm going 1. So you have to learn all your basic conducting patterns, like 1, 2, 3, 4. And it really helps you find the beat, especially when you're transcribing. We're trying to figure out what where he's playing that rhythm. So it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. I mean, he's playing it like that. So it's like now you can see the rhythm. It's 1, 2, and then when you get to in the air before you hit the second beat, he's hitting the eighth note in the air. So it's like 1 and 2. So 1 do beta do. So it's going 1 eighth note, then 2 eighth notes on the second beat, 2 eighth notes on the third beat, and so it's like 1 do beta do. Then there's a rest on 4, and then he's playing on the beat 1 now. 1 do beta bo double do. I mean, that's basically what he did. I mean, I'm doing this really fast, but let me see. Move back a little bit. Oh shoot. Let me see where he's at here. Let me play that. He's doing a lot of rhythms there. You see that? See? That's the thing he just played. I love his rhythms. So basically that's the rhythm I just told you. So I would have to write that out on a piece of music paper. I don't have that with me in front of me. Some notation paper, but that would be the eighth note, and that's like a E flat. Let me show you my guitar. So he's actually playing, and I'm in the same register he's playing. So you should actually know, if you're transcribing, what notes you're actually playing over the chord. So he's on the E flat. You should know the chord you're playing over if you're doing ear training or transcribing solos. And he's actually just playing the root to the sixth, root, third, sixth, fifth. And he's playing the fourth. And he's actually approaching the third back root. That's a cool lick. I mean, I just learned something new right there from him. And so when you're actually transcribing solos like this, you have to figure out each detail. Now, there's a difference between transcribing and actually taking off melodies. So what I usually do is I transcribe, and I could either transcribe if I want to, write it out for, like, to have it etched in stone, which takes hours actually to get it right, especially like a solo like Sonny Rollins or John Coltrane, anything that's really complicated. It could be even like some rock solos. Or you could just do everything by ear, which right now I tend to do that more now because I don't have time to be writing out transcriptions. I have too many other things to write out. I did that when I was much younger. But if you're learning how to play jazz, it's important to be able to be able to transcribe, write these things down. It helps your reading, and also do it by ear. So you should be able to play these things by ear and memorize them by ear. Because at the end, you're not going to be looking at music when you're taking a solo. You're going to be, or you're playing in a band, in a rock band. You don't want to have music in front of you. Like when you ever see a rock band perform, like Bruce Springsteen. I have a friend that played with Bruce Springsteen for years, and he used to have me come on gigs. When I used to do his gigs, he said, music is a turnoff to people in the audience because they can't groove with you if you have music in front of you. And he was right because he plays with Bruce Springsteen. They don't have music in front of them. They know the music. They're playing a concert with 50,000 people. You don't have music in front of you trying to figure out what song you're playing. You should have this stuff memorized. So you should know how to do these things by ear and memorize these things too, rhythms, and that's how you get into solos. So ear training is very important. Also, sight reading. Be able to even write this out. You have to be able to read a little bit. Pretty good. Not particularly. Learning on the guitar is kind of hard. Um, One of the things that I wanted to show you today was, let's say that lick I just showed you. That lick. That lick he just played. I could play it here. See, I did it that way. That's another way of doing it. Same register. That's hard. I just played it that way. See that? I just did it this way. There's 3 ways. I can do it here. To me, that lick is like an E flat chord to F minor for a second. Outline the F minor, and then you can do it here. And then that's just in the same register. If I did an octave lower. So that's these are different things you can do on the guitar. See how many ways I just played that? So when you're learning how to read and transcribe and all this other stuff on the guitar, you could play that same lick so many ways. So what I usually try to do is I try to work out all this stuff with with fingerings, and that's very important when you're playing these kind of solos and melodies that you're taking off. You're gonna find the best fingering. And like when when you're learning a saxophone solo, its saxophone has certain fingerings that are more adept for the saxophone, but not for the guitar. So you have to kind of figure out how to play that on the guitar. Whereas, I had friends who told me who played trumpet, said, "Well, man, I was learning a guitar solo the other day, and it's really hard to play on trumpet." So you got to figure out those kind of fingerings. Does anybody have any questions? Please send me a question. I see a couple of people are watching. Any questions? I'd like to hear from you guys. And there's only a couple of people watching today, but I know some people are out of town, and you could watch this later. On the link if you want to watch my live stream. So I'm going to probably do another class about taking things off. But so one important thing is first like I taught. Let's review a little bit. You have to know solfege a little bit. You should know your do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, dos. Oh, let me see. Oh, really? Horn players seem to be playing fast. I don't think that's true anymore. The guitar players can play fast. I don't think that's true though. Particularly, Reggie's saying that horn players seem to always play faster than guitar players. I'm sure about that. Guitar players can play pretty fast too. I think it's easier to play the horn because they can take a breath and they move their fingers and it's more legato. The guitar has to actually pick or attack each note somehow. Let me show you. You have to be able to attack each note. But you have to be able to play. I think speed is something that you can develop on any instrument. You know, you just have to figure out the, you just have to practice and get the technique together. But horns can actually blow through, and piano too. Piano plays fast too. I think every instrument you can play fast. You just got to get your chops together and practice. You know, I mean, you know, George Benson could play just like a piano player, but you have to build up speed and get the right technique. Like, I couldn't get any speed. You know, if you want to talk about getting speed, uh, I couldn't get any speed. I used to use those really small Jim Dunlop picks, and I studied with Rodney Jones for a while. Well, actually, it just took 1 or 2 lessons, and you know, he showed me this, you know, George Benson picking technique, and I got, you know, made me switch the pick to this, and I played my pick sideways, so I got more speed. Like this, you see. So now I was able to get speed, but you know, it's not only your picking. Your left hand has to be able to coordinate with your right hand. So I use a lot of legato. You know, I mean, I kind of approach it more like a saxophone player. I don't actually pick every note like Pat Martino does. You know, he actually goes every note. He really picks every note, but I kind of actually use legato, which is like I mix up legato, which is like hammer-ons and pull-offs with my left hand. So I'm mixing them up. I'm actually using hammer-ons, that kind of, or pull-offs. You know, those different types of phrasing with my left hand. So I'm not only picking every note. Also, I do. I'm actually writing a new article for Acoustic Guitar Magazine that's coming out. It's, you know, it's going to be about sweeping, sweep picking. So you know, you could do things with your pick too that make you play faster, like sweeping. So you don't have to. So because, you know, if you skip across a string, you can play real fast. It's a real fast arpeggio. Or, you know, those type of things help you play faster as well. You know, so I mean, you could actually play with horn players. You can learn their solos. You can play them on guitar. I see people do it all the time. You know, it's just just a different technique. You have to be able to figure out how to. I mean, when I learn these really hard melodies, sometimes um, that you know, like I was working on this song called "Got a Match" by Chick Corea, and that was a really hard song to play fast on the guitar because they play it so fast. When I was learning that one, I had to figure out the right fingering. So sometimes knowing the right fingering, or figuring out the right fingering, helps you play these melodies and solos much faster. Okay. And in that song, I was lazy. Um, Usually I'll learn a song by ear if I have time, but I usually just now just look at the sheet music, just because, to save time, because I can read too. So I think it's very, very important, everybody, to know to be able to play so many different ways. You should be able to read music, transcribe music, hear music, and you know, you know, write down the music. Do every possible way. Know how to read tabs. You should know all these different techniques, because they're all useful tools. You know, especially if you want to be a professional musician. But I know musicians who are great musicians who, like, I have a lot of friends. You know, when I used to do Broadway a lot, they were telling me that they know how to read music, but they don't know any songs. They can't improvise. But that's what they do. They play parts, and you know, that's good too. You know, and they play the crap out of those parts. You know, and but they're like I don't know I don't know how you put it. Like, they're like these. You know, it's art. It's an art to be able to play those shows really well and do them every night, play the same part, and be able to do sessions like that. but it's not to me. I mean, but they're not. They admit they're not creative. You know that they don't know how to. They don't know any songs. They don't know how to take a solo. It's another skill that that brings you to. I mean, I don't know if it's a different level, but um, so I mean, I like the control of what's the word of reading music and playing a part. It's actually a skill and a discipline. I like the discipline. That's the word I want to say. It's a discipline to actually play parts to a show, a Broadway show, and learning a part. When I was subbing a lot, that's what I was doing mostly, and sometimes I get my own off Broadway show or whatever. Um, I mean, it was hard to like. You have to basically play like the dude that's playing the show and play all these parts, and you have to read, and you have to be able to follow a conductor, and play with the band and be able to play all these different instruments. Like I wouldn't be playing like just like a guitar. I'd be playing like banjos and whatever. Electric guitar, acoustic, a classical, switch, pedals. So it's like a real job when you do those shows. They pay a lot of money. You know, I mean, a guitar chair on a Broadway show is like $100,000 a year, but it's like, it's a lot of, it's like a real job, and it's only a couple hours a day, so you have all day to do things. But it's a really stressful environment. But but I like the control of the show because you're playing these parts and you have to be meticulous and and play it right every night because I guess they would use canned music if they could. That means like pre-recorded music, but it's not the same thing as having a live band. And actually, producers on Broadway have been trying to eliminate musicians to save money because it costs a lot of money to have a musician on stage. Because they're not only paying your salary, they're paying your pension, your health benefits, and your vacation and all that stuff. It's like a real job. So anyway, it's a good skill to read. It's a good skill to transcribe and hear things and take things off records, memorize them. It's also another skill to we haven't talked about, which is my big thing on Patreon is learning how to improvise. So we'll talk more about that in another live lesson. I'm going to put that as a subject, but playing changes is like a whole big subject we could talk about. Um, and that's the holy grail of jazz itself, and that people really need to learn and get together. And so, is there any other questions before I finish up here? Um, so you should be able to just to review. You should be able to also know different rhythms, um, and count them and see them. And it took me a long time actually because I was used to playing eighth notes and quarter notes and 16th note. I mean, in think those kind of notes, but it was hard for me to start working on 16th notes. You know, and different kind of time signatures you need to work on. There's a whole big world with reading music, and the best thing to really do is just read music because I got a lot better when I started doing these Broadway shows because these are just like real professional music, music that was written for real live, real life shows, not like sitting at home with a real book. And I learned a lot just by doing that and got my helped my reading a lot, you know. And so the best way to learn how to read music and do this stuff is just to do it, you know, and get into situations where you have to read music. Well, like you get together with the band, which you can't really do right now for now. Get together, go to play a show. If you're just starting out, find an off Broadway show or an amateur show just to learn how to read and play parts, because that's a whole different world. Um, and as far as like reading yourself, just get books. Like I have tons of books. I just started looking at this Barney Kessel book I was telling you about, and he has all these reading exercises for guitar and different patterns and just advice that I've never seen. And I was actually working through this book a little bit recently. And different kinds of technique things. And it's good to see different people's opinions and learn different styles. So, if there's any questions, let me know. Send me, a message on Ron Jackson Music at gmail.com. That's ronjacksonmusic at gmail.com. Let me write this down for you guys. Ron Jackson at Gmail. If you have any questions about the workshop today, yeah, send me a message. It says Ron Jackson. And about my live lesson. And I'll see you guys in about a month. And I hope that that this helped you out with your sight reading and your ear training. And each subject actually should be a one whole live lesson. So maybe we'll do that next time, is just have one whole subject, okay, instead of having like 3 different ones in one. But I wanted to give you an overview about all these different things you need to learn. Okay, everybody, have a great day, and I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye. Once a year I play that. I have to remember that song. That's a great tune. Mel Torme.